Might as well talk about.
Farmington Hills.
Okay, sure.
And welcome to our January 12th, 2026 City of Farmington Hills City Council meeting. I am calling our session to order. We begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. And Stephen, you usually can't stay late enough to do public comment, so why don't you lead us in the pledge tonight?
I pledge to the United States of America, in which I stand one nation under God, indivisible, liberty for justice for all.
Thank you, Stephen.
You're welcome.
Roll call, please.
Council members Aldred,
Here.
Bolaware, Bridges,
Here.
Dwyer,
Here.
Knoll, here, Starkman,
Here.
Mayor Rich.
Here. Okay. We need approval of the regular session agenda. Is there a motion? Mr. Bridges?
Madam Mayor, I move the council approve the agenda as published.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a motion and support. This is a regular vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Okay, thank you. Carries. And now, administration of oath to our new Mayor Pro Tem, Jackie Bolaware.
This is for the next agenda, item 3,
Okay,
comment.
okay.
Did you want to come down here?
I so proudly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Michigan, the Constitution of the State of Michigan,
The Charter and City Ordinances for the City of Farmington Hills,
the Charter and City Ordinances for the City of Farmington Hills,
and I will faithfully discharge the duties of office of Mayor
I will faithfully discharge the office of Mayor Pro Tem
for the City of Farmington Hills,
for the City of Farmington Hills,
County of Oakland,
County of Oakland,
State of Michigan,
State of Michigan,
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Okay, the next item is any announcements or presentations from city boards, commissions, and public officials. And I see that the chair of the Commission on Aging has something that he would like to present.
Thank you.
Evening.
I'm Dan Fantor. I'm Chair of the Farmington Area Commission on Aging. Since the decision on the engineering study for the Hawk campus, commissioners have been listening to caustic users. Those 50 and better are concerned about several issues. There was talk of a 2-story community center. Ideally, a senior center will be on 1 floor to facilitate programming and socializing. Seniors do not like stairs. We like seeing our friends on our way from swimming to pickleball and dancing. 1 floor leads to a greater feeling of community. Those 50 and better are also concerned with talk of pursuing a commercial kitchen in the current Hawk building. The Meals on Wheels program and in-house congregate dining and Dine and Discover programs currently use an in-house kitchen, and that model is not broken. The logistics of a kitchen in a different building do not seem ideal and should be seriously scrutinized before pursuing an out-of-building kitchen. Folks 50 and better who use the Caustic Center are well-positioned to provide feedback to those who are planning a future community center that will serve the needs of folks in Farmington Hills 50 and better. The Commission on Aging is here to help.
Thank you. Okay, any other presentations or announcements? EPC? We have a tag team this evening.
Madam Mayor, members of council, members of staff, pardon me, the last time I made a presentation, we talked about that when we make presentations to the senior community, they typically like paper. When we make presentations to their caregivers and to their children, they prefer something they can scan on their phone. At all of our public presentations, we bring this. It is a direct link to the Oakland County Emergency Management website, which has all of the paper literature that we pass out in our presentations are available there in e-form. I am Mike Sweeney. I am your current chair of the Emergency Preparedness Commission. With me today is Dr. Harrison Igwe. He is the #1 of the commissioners. And he would like to start making presentations, but he thought he'd come and see how these are done. Please welcome him.
Welcome.
Our topic for this month, is that me? Our topic for this month is on preparation for seniors. We're not talking about the honk or any of those facilities. We're talking about the seniors in their homes, how they can take care of themselves, their friends, their neighbors, and their family. We recommend that when the weather is nice, like it's been today, and you go out to do your weekly shopping trip, instead of just buying 5 or 7 days worth of food for your house, buy 8 or 10 days of food for your house. A week from now, when the weather is not so nice and it's slick and it's icy and it's dicey to go out, if you've got an extra 3 days of canned goods, you don't have to go out. As Miyagi says, the best fight is the fight you don't have to fight. When on the website, it has a list of the different recommended foods. We recommend canned goods and jarred foods because they don't have to be refrigerated. And if the power goes out when that ice storm comes, you don't have to open your refrigerator. Your goods in the refrigerator last longer if you don't open the fridge. And unlike the days of old when MREs and Spam were what you kept in your pantry, my wife was walking me through the canned goods section. They have some pretty tasty stuff there. They have some stews, they have some very tasty things there. And you don't have to have the hard-baked crackers like I may have eaten in the past. She showed me a wheat thin with rosemary and olive oil on it. It tasted great. Nothing like I remember crackers tasting. So we recommend that our seniors, when they go do their shopping this week, add a little extra food to their cart. Maybe get a hand can opener, just in case the power does go off. Buy an extra leather glove so you can take the jars off easier. But plan in advance, plan to stay home. We don't want to see you out there slipping in the Kroger parking lot with a sack full of groceries. Prepare in advance. Jackson, would you like to say something? No, you think? Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, item 3 is presentation and acceptance of the city's fiscal year 2024-2025 audit results. Good evening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. My name is Tom Scribola, Finance Director for the city. This is the annual presentation, brief presentation of the results of the city's annual external audit, which will be presented by Jamie Rivette, partner of Yo & Yo, who is our external auditor. This will involve the results of the audit for the 24-25 fiscal period ending June 30th, 2025. And I will now turn it over to Jamie, who will use the presentation here, which I will start up for her. There you go. Take it away, Jamie.
Well, good evening. Thank you for having me here tonight. First, I'm going to start off by telling you what you have in front of you because I did drop off a packet of information. So tonight you get the Cliff Notes version. We're going to go over the highlights from the audit, which is going to be my PowerPoint presentation. But you also have a bound copy of the annual financial statements. And then there's a letter in there too, which is the governance letter. I encourage you to read that too when you do have time. So as Tom mentioned, my name is Jamie Rivette. I'm the audit partner with Yo & Yo CPAs, and I was in charge of the audit. And I just want to start off really by talking about why you need an audit. So every year, Michigan Department of Treasury requires you to have an independent annual audit done. And then what happens is my team and I come in, we audit that information, and you're looking for an opinion from us. Management are the ones that are responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of the financial information in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. And then my team and I come in, we audit that information, and we issue you an opinion. And the city was issued an unmodified opinion, which is the highest level of assurance. It means there's no material modifications that need to be made to those financial statements. I also want to point out that the city did receive a Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Reporting for the annual financial report from last year. So that is a huge congratulations for the city on that high achievement. Now, the next couple of slides that I have are on your general fund revenue and expenditures and other financing sources and uses. So this is a chart that we put together, and I always like to focus on a change from 24 to 25. So just point out a couple of things here. You can see the darker blue bar there is your total revenue. So that did increase over last year approximately $2 million. And the majority of that is related to an increase in your property tax revenue that did go up about 5% over last year. The total expenditures and other financing uses also increased over last year, about $4.4 million. You can see on the light blue bar there. And that was really attributable to three main categories. One, an increase in the police department of about $1.2 million. We also saw an increase in Parks and Rec of about $850,000 over last year. And then we had an increase in our transfers out to other funds. So there are transfers from the general fund to other city funds as well. So that did increase over last year. And all of those were within the budget that was approved by City Council. So our fund balance did increase approximately $3 million. It went from about $61.6 million up to $64.6 million. This pie chart here is showing your general fund revenue, and it also includes the public safety fund revenue, which in total is about $97.6 million. I just want to point out that really those two sources include your state sources of about 12% and also property taxes of about 55%. So about 67% of your total revenue coming from those two sources. And those revenues really are dependent on a stable economy. So when the economy is doing well, we see an increase in those property tax values, which then increases your property tax revenue. Well, this slide I have in here just to kind of give you a point of reference of how far we've been working on receiving that state shared revenue and how far it's actually come. You can see on this slide here that we have seen a slight increase each year, besides a small dip in 2020. But 2022 through 2025 have all been pretty flat for you. As a point of reference, the state shared revenue was about $8.3 million back in 2001. So it's taken about 20 years to get us back to where we were. So we really have been digging hard and getting that state shared revenue. Bless you. Your general fund revenue, or excuse me, general fund and public safety fund expenditures now is about $93.9 million. And the majority of that is coming from public safety. That's about 44%. So that does include both the expenditures from your general fund and also the public safety fund, which has the millage in there too. So about $13.9 million is from the public safety millage expenditures, and about $27.1 million is general fund police and fire department expenditures. The bar graph here is showing you a picture of your fund balance. So we do have those categorized into some specific buckets, I call them. We have some restricted, non-spendable, assigned, and unassigned. So in total, the city has about $64.6 million in fund balance, and about $58 million of that is unassigned, with about 1.8 restricted for construction code fees, and then the remainder being assigned and non-spendable. My next couple of graphs that I have in here are really showing that the city is putting the money back into capital investments. Here you can see about 24.3 million of capital outlay expenditures were added to capital assets during the year and infrastructure. The majority of that is related to the roads. This then has some related depreciation expense to it, but you can see the conscious effort to maintain and improve the capital assets and infrastructure of the city. And then here we have the 5 categories of where the capital assets and related accumulated depreciation. And this graph, just to point out, is cumulative totals. The blue bar represents the total cost that the city has dedicated to keeping the capital assets and infrastructure up to date. And then the red is the related accumulated depreciation. So you can see here in each of the 5 capital asset categories that the city is operating and spending more than the related depreciation expense for those assets. The city has a retiree healthcare fund that is 117% funded, and also a pension plan that is 71% funded. And you can see here on the bottom, it shows what the city's contributions were to those, so 242,000 and 9.3 million. And the city continues to pay the annual actuarial determined contribution that's calculated by your actuary. Now, in addition to auditing the financial statements, the standards also tell us we have to gain an understanding of your internal controls. And in doing that, we walk through your processes and procedures of the city. And we are happy to note we did not identify any material weaknesses, significant deficiencies, or material non-compliance. And the last slide that I have is just in reference to that letter that I talked about. So you do have a stapled letter. It talks about a couple of things in the financial statements. We do have some significant estimates in the financial statements. It talks about the risks that as your auditors we focused on while we performed the audit. And then it talks about some upcoming standards too. We do work very closely with Tom and his team to make sure that the city is in compliance with those standards. So I do want to thank Tom and his team for all their effort and professionalism. It really is a team effort to get everything compiled efficiently and accurately and out the door on time. Are there any questions that I could answer for you?
Council?
I have a general comment. I'd like to thank our financial director, Tom Scabola, and his staff for receiving a high achievement for reporting in 2025. Thank you very much, Tom, and your staff.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That then takes us to our next agenda item, correspondence. Does anyone at council have correspondence that they would like to share? Yes, please.
Madam Mayor, we all received a correspondence from Matt Strickfaken regarding his situation. I know it's been circulated to every council member, and it was also sent to the administration. So, Karen, hopefully you got the letter from Strickfaken, right, regarding?
Yes, we've received it. It included a request for documents through the Freedom of Information Act, so it's being processed through the clerk's office.
Thank you, appreciate that. That's it.
Anyone else? All right, thank you. That then takes us to the consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered routine, administrative, or non-controversial by the City Council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member or citizen so requests, in which event the items may be removed from the consent agenda for consideration and for the first time to be read by our new Mayor Pro Tem, Ms. Boulware.
Yes. The consent agenda for January 12th. Number 8, recommended approval of purchase of John Deere Gator XUV 845M with cab and plow to Deere and Company in the amount of $34,542.43. That's CMR 12604. Number 9, recommended approval of agreement for ambulance billing services to EMS/MC for a 4-year period with optional renewals, and that's CM1 26 05. Number 10, recommended approval of submission of the American 250 MI History Grant application, and that's CMR 12606. Number 11, recommended approval of a request for employment under Section 10-01A of the city charter for a swim instructor lifeguard, CMR 12607. Number 12, recommended approval of city council study session minutes of December 8th, 2025. Number 13, recommended approval of city council regular session minutes of December 8th, 2025.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Sure, please.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 8 through 13 as read by the Mayor Pro Tem.
Support.
We have motion and support. This is a roll call vote.
Council members Bolaware,
Yes?
Bridges,
Yes.
Dwyer,
Yes.
Knoll. Yes. Starkman,
Yes.
Aldred,
Yes.
and Mayor Rich.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, this takes us to city council member comments and announcements. Anyone have something they would like to share?
I do. Two things. One is regarding our public art reception that's going to be held this Friday in this building at City Hall from 7 to 9. The public will have opportunity to meet and mingle with the artist while enjoying light refreshment. You know, Farmington Hills has a great public art program. We're going to have 77 different works by 66 artists, and these artists reside in Farmington Hills, Farmington, and the surrounding communities. And for those who are interested in this, I think it's, let's just a second. For our special services camps, I think earlier this, last year, Councilman Aldrich spoke about those camps. And registration will begin on January 20th online at the Farmington website. And there are a number of camps that our youths are able to enroll in. There's the makerspace, visual arts, performing arts, art adventure, and mini art adventure. These camps fill up very quickly, and I would encourage everyone who may be interested in enrolling their child to do so soon.
Thank you. I have 3 items to share. The first is tomorrow is Walk the Hawk. It will be at 7 to 8 p.m. on the 3rd floor of the Hawk. Anyone who wants to come have an informal conversation and walk the 3rd floor will be up there. Second is an update on the what we were calling the Feeding Farmington Hills Task Force. It has had a little bit of a shift. We're now calling it the Fueling Farmington Hills Task Force, so it can take into consideration not just food, but also personal care items that might be needed by people in the community. We had, and for those who may not know, it's started in October to bring together members of our nonprofit, faith, government, education communities, and people in general, and to see where we can fill in some gaps. And one of the gaps that we learned of was a need for food for families with school children at the back end of the summer, or of the winter break for the holiday. And so on the 29th of December, we put together and distributed boxes of food for 66 families with school children, including 18 unhoused families. And it was just really an all-in community effort, and thank you to anyone and everyone involved. And then finally, the third item I have is an update on the Beagles. So we've received some correspondence from folks with concern about some beagles that are outdoors and in a sheltered area. We promised in prior meetings that we were going to have Oakland County Animal Control monitor the condition of these beagles. That continues to occur on a weekly basis. And the update we had as of today is that they are in good health with adequate access to food, water, shelter, and supplemental heat. The owner has been taking them off property periodically for hunting trips and is working on another location for permanent housing for these dogs. But I know there's been a lot of concern in the community, so wanted to give an update as soon as we had something. And with that, we'll take it to the city manager update. I'm sorry, please. I'm sorry, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, I have some comments. So I have had a lot of people reach out to me since this past Wednesday with questions and concerns about the special meeting that was held last Wednesday. So I'd like to briefly respond to the public so they know my thoughts and reasoning. My comments are only from my perspective. I am not speaking for anyone else on this council. Please know that. But I wanted to let the people know, the residents know, that I was one of the 3 council members that voted against the city manager's departure. And I want to explain my reasoning. My reasoning for this vote was because I do believe Farmington Hills is well-run, has had sound fiscal management and efficient and effective services. And I believe this has been achieved because we've had a city manager who is knowledgeable, professional, and well-respected amongst the staff, residents, and his city manager peers, and by me. I believe he put together a team of department heads who trusted his leadership, and as a team, they have been delivering on all of the city council's goals and moving the city forward in a positive manner. So while I was saddened by the outcome of the vote, I was also disappointed in the request to schedule a meeting in December on Friday the 19th at 4 p.m. on the topic of the city manager. I was never consulted about the subject matter or asked if I was even available, as this meeting time was outside of our normal Monday night meetings and was the Friday before Christmas. Personally, I think this was inconsiderate and insensitive. Ultimately, the meeting was postponed until this past Wednesday, and I completely understand that council members have the ability to ask for a special meeting. But a special meeting of this gravity and weight, I just wish it had been scheduled further out, since to me, again, to me, it wasn't an urgent situation. So moving forward, it could take 5 to 6 months for the search process for a new city manager and more months of acclimation. And council and the interim city manager, we have to work together productively during this time, especially since we will be short-staffed in the city manager's office. Therefore, I would like to suggest for consideration amongst the council that if any new goals come out of the goal session or any new projects are brought forth that will take a large amount of this interim city manager's time, that they are prioritized by the council, the entire council, so that the city manager's office has clear direction on what they should be working on. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Please.
Thank you. Just to say that I agree with Council Member Knowles' comments there. I think she makes some very good points about what's happened over the last couple of weeks. But I just wanted to say, since it may not be obvious to all members of the community, the function of the city manager, just very briefly, just to describe, we have a city. It's a very important role in the city manager, and we have a city charter that describes the roles and responsibilities of the city manager. And in fact, what that means is that all the city departments, the city functions, have department heads that report into the city manager. The city manager is, in effect, the CEO, the chief executive officer of the city, and the city council functions like the board. We set the policy in terms of approving the budget, but the actual administrative duties of the city goes through the city manager. So hence, the role of the city manager is a very important one in the way the city functions. And therefore, this is a very important role, and it's very important that now going forward, city council works together to find the replacement, to replace that, to select the right candidate. My job on city council is, to the best of my ability, to serve the best interests of the city of Farmington Hills and its residents. And we must avoid falling into divisiveness or any kind of other incivility in that process, and we should move forward together in order to select the best candidate. I don't want to see Farmington Hills in the media because of City Council. I don't want to see Farmington Hills in the media because of anyone on City Council. I want to see Farmington Hills in the media because we're a great place to work. People want to start businesses here, open restaurants here, because we have such great amenities, great services provided by our wonderful staff. We have great departments in this city, headed by really professional, excellent people running each department. And so that's what I want to see in the media. I want to see how great we are as a city, and we just recently adopted new mission, visions, and values for the city. And I think, again, city staff and together with input from council did a really good job. And I think the city as a whole can rally around those as a goals, visions to move forward. So I believe we can do that. I believe as a city council, we can work together to do that. And my experience when it comes to working together, we don't always know motive. We don't know what's in someone's heart when they make a decision to do something. So it's always best to assume positive intent. That's the best thing you can do. Assume the best of someone. And I'm going to make that assumption going forward. This is not about personal politics. It's not about power. It's not about ambition. It's about moving the city forward. But I will say this in closing, that if in the next 2 years there are any charter amendments that are proposed and put before this body relating to the role of the mayor or the length of term of the mayor or the removal of the existing term limits on the mayor, then my sincere prayer will be, God in heaven, help us.
Okay, thank you. And city manager update, please.
Good evening. At the January 22nd Planning Commission meeting, department directors will provide presentations regarding the proposed 5-year capital improvement plan. Anyone interested in learning about projects that are included in this planning level document are encouraged to attend. And my other item is if you have a cut holiday tree that you are looking to dispose of, they can be placed curbside on your regularly scheduled trash collection day during the month of January. If you miss this window, you have to wait until yard waste resumes in April, at which time it must be cut and bundled to meet the collection guidelines at that time. So strongly encourage folks, if you have a tree to get rid of, to do it in the next couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that takes us then to item 4, which is a public hearing and consideration of amendment to Planned Unit Development Plan 12, 2014, including Site Plan 60-7-2025, Culver's Restaurant. And good evening.
I believe you have a error in the item that was announced.
Okay.
We don't want to skip ahead. This would be PUD 2, 2024, including Site Plan 56-8 of 2024. Or am I out of order?
No, it's public. Item 4 on the agenda is Culver's.
Unfinished? Oh, then I'm out of order. Pardon me. I will skip ahead. Okay. One moment, grab my note.
Certainly. Yeah. Thank you. While you're pulling that up, just to note that we have received 2 items of written correspondence that have been provided to all council members. They are from Randall Karen, as well as from Roman Goldstein. And I apologize if I mangled your last name.
Thank you for your patience. We have a brief presentation for you this evening regarding the proposal to amend the PUD 12, 2014, which is an amendment to an existing PUD for the Orchard 12 Shopping Center. I am Charmaine Kettler-Schmaltz, the Director of Planning and Community Development, to introduce the item. This is located at the northwest corner of Orchard Lake and 12 Mile in a vacant lot within the existing parking lot of the center. The applicant has proposed a drive-through restaurant to be placed within that space. And I have with us this evening Giffords Webster to give a more detailed presentation on the particulars of the proposal. A reminder that after the proponent would wish to speak on this topic, and then we have the public hearing before deliberation before the council. So I'm going to turn this over to Joe unless you have a question for me.
Anyone?
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charmaine. Good evening, council. So this is, as you know, an existing shopping center. There is a parking lot area down along 12 Mile. Back in 2014, it was approved for a retail building that was never built. So this is the same site that was once approved for that retail building, and now it is proposed to be a drive-through restaurant. There is underlying B4 zoning, which is planned general business in this area. And this is in front of you because it is a major amendment to the planned unit development. So as with any planned unit development, there are typically some things that they're asking for relief from our ordinance standards for, and I will highlight each of those and note that a few of them were affirmed by the Planning Commission, and a few of the things that are still ordinance deficient on the plan were not affirmed by the Planning Commission, and I'll try to be clear about which ones those were. So dimensional standards is the first one. The front setback here is required to be 120 feet. They're requesting 44.7 feet for this building. That is a little in front of the commercial buildings that are to the east. There's a bank and a Burger King to the east, and those are about 60 feet back for context. One thing I will note is that our letter reflected an earlier version of the plan than the most recent version of the plan. I have had a chance to see the most recent version of the plan in the last couple of days, so I'll try to note where they've made changes to address some of these comments as well. For instance, we noted in our initial letter that pedestrian access to the sidewalk was not shown on the plans. The most recent version of the plan has rectified that. They are now showing a crosswalk from the outdoor dining area down to the public sidewalk, and that would cross the queuing lane. The next standard that they are seeking relief from is that fast food or carry-out restaurants, there's 2 points here. One is that they're not typically permitted in the B4 district, and the other is that drive-through restaurants per the ordinance are not typically permitted in a standalone building when you have a shopping center like this. So both of those are requested relief from the ordinance. We have some standards for drive-throughs. One of those is a required 60-foot setback from the public right-of-way, and as I said before, they're at 44.7 feet. So that front setback relief that they're requesting is sort of a double set of relief. They want relief from both the 60-foot standard and the 120-foot standard of the underlying district. Because the building is less than 60 feet from the right-of-way, the access drives to the drive-through are also less than 60 feet from the public right-of-way. The order confirmation boards are on the south side of the building, directed toward 12 Mile Road, while the pickup window is on the east side. Much of the drive-through lane comes after the pickup window. We have some comments on how the drive-through stacking works here that I'll get into in a little bit more detail in a second, but I will note that Planning Commission did not make a definitive recommendation to allow those boards in the front yard in relief of the ordinance standards, and their motion notes that they asked for other things that they hadn't addressed in their conditions of approval to be addressed by the applicant. So the applicant has kept that configuration and is seeking relief from that standard that those ordering boards not be in the front yard. Now, as for the stacking itself, 5 spaces are shown before the order confirmation board. There's 2 of them. And we did get a little clarity in an email today on how this works. So the applicant is prepared to address that. But what they've got is they've got 2 boards, and a car can be at each one of them at a time. And this is supposed to reduce the amount of time that cars are in queue. So as I said, I'll let them elaborate on that, but that's what the arrangement is here. So all 5 spaces that are stacking up to the ordering boards are not before the first board, they're all before the second board. So typically we would require 5 spaces before any ordering board. So they're at 4. Beyond those ordering boards, there are some spaces leading up to the payment window. So there's a separate pay station once you get past the ordering point. There are also, past the pay window, 6 spaces kind of placed around the maneuvering area. And those are spaces that customers are expected to pull into to wait for their order to be brought out to them. It's not handed out through a window. So when you see those 6 spaces that are beyond that, that pay window, that's what those are for. You're supposed to pay and then pull off to the side and then receive your food. Moving on to parking. Some complexity here. This is, of course, an existing shopping center. It has parking, including in the area that's proposed to be the location of this drive-through restaurant. They did provide a parking study with some direct observation on the site. There are also some calculations in that parking study that essentially looked at every single individual use that's in the shopping center and added all of their parking requirements up to come up with a number for what is required. In Farmington Hills, shopping centers are generally viewed collectively for the purposes of calculating parking requirements. So we apply that standard to this restaurant and the rest of the center to reach a requirement of 361 spaces. This development will reduce the number of overall spaces on the site by 66, leaving a total of 362. We did some on-the-ground counting to verify how many parking spaces are actually on this site. There are spaces behind the big L-shaped building that are primarily used by employees, and some of the striping back there is a little hard to see when you're just looking at an aerial or something like that. If Culver's were to be built as a completely standalone, on its own site restaurant, we found that it would require 53 spaces based on the area that is dedicated to indoor dining and the overall square footage. It is, of course, going to be sharing parking with the larger center, and the 18 spaces are provided on this actual lot that is carved out of the larger site. So when all of those observations are collected, the summary is that 361 spaces does appear to accommodate all users of the center under the conventional standards of our parking requirements. So there's no relief requested there, but there are a lot of numbers flying around in the proposal, and I just want to be very clear about kind of how all those numbers were arrived at and what our conclusion was. And, you know, there was discussion also with your engineering department, which was looking at the traffic study that was submitted along with the parking study. Looking at landscaping, we found that they had the right number of trees. What we did not see on the plan initially was the hedge that we would normally require along the right-of-way wherever we have a parking lot. The most recent version of the plan that I was able to view in the last couple of days, obviously too late to produce an updated letter, does include a hedge along the front of the site. So it appears that they will be meeting that standard now. I will note that, and we talked about this at the Planning Commission as well, that this is a request for a drive-through with ordering boards in the front yard, which is typically not permitted. And the one instance in which that has been permitted over at Hunter's Square, the screening in front was very, very significant to essentially hide that area. It was a much taller hedge than what's being proposed here. So that is something that should be considered as you're considering whether or not to permit those ordering boards to be in the front yard in the first place, and also if you're inclined to permit that, whether or not there should be additional screening than what's being proposed. We found that lighting still requires revisions. There hasn't been an explicit request for relief from the ordinance standards, so we would expect that that plan will be revised to meet our ordinance. As for design standards, we noted that the building materials and window requirements for a front facade were not met. The Planning Commission does have some built-in waiver ability from those standards, and they, at their meeting in November, indicated that they were okay with the way that the building was designed in the front in terms of its window coverage and the building materials. So to summarize, they are requesting relief from several standards of the ordinance. One is to permit a drive-through restaurant that's not permitted in the B4 district. One is to permit fast food in a standalone building. Another is setback, relief from the front setback. That's actually two front setbacks, the 120 and the 60. And relief from the drive-through design standards that require that the drive-through lanes and ordering boards be kept out of the front yard, or at least that first 60 feet of the front yard. Do you have any questions for me?
Okay. Mr.
I know that was kind of a lot.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A question regarding, you say it's currently as a B4, right? And
That's correct.
There's a relief seeking regarding a drive-through being at this location. How do you square that with the fact that there's already a drive-through at Starbucks on the same lot?
The same relief was granted for that Starbucks to be placed where it is.
So there's no grandfather and no precedent setting regarding PUDs. When you allowed it before, allowed it for Starbucks, that does not automatically go to the another proponent for the same location.
That's correct. It's expected that any addition to a planned unit development is going to clear the same bar that any previous approvals for the planned unit development did. So if they're requesting additional relief from the ordinance standards, you have to be confident that they are providing enough benefit in return, and that you're confident that the way that things are designed is going to work well in that location. So it is a separate question, even though a drive-through has been previously approved in this center.
Thank you.
My question was similar, but in addition to the Starbucks, there's a Burger King with a drive-through. Was relief given there, or is that zoned differently?
It actually has different zoning. It's B3.
That's a B3. What about, you may not know this because it's on the other side of the street, but the Arby's?
Arby's is also, that's also B3. Yeah,
Okay.
that's a B3 lot, yep.
Anyone else on council? Mr.
I do have some concerns, questions around both the parking and the stacking. Is there a presentation from the proponent as well? Are we going to come back to this, or is this it?
They are going to be doing some, I don't know if they have a visual presentation, but they will be speaking, definitely.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still finding it difficult to imagine how in this location, in this parking lot, how there's enough space for this without it impacting. There's enough space. Plus, if it was a regular development, I still have some concerns, but doubly so with a drive-through with the stacking of vehicles, et cetera. I just looked on random at a Google map satellite image, which was just obviously at lunchtime, and the parking lot was pretty full. And if I imagine taking out that area, I really find it really hard to imagine how this fits, even though I know it's an outlot zone, it's marked out for it. And I look at numbers and I see what you're saying. Something's just doesn't quite stack up for me in terms of the numbers that I see and my experience of that location. So I don't know how you can help me out, but I'm struggling with that.
Sure. I think one thing that I'll note about the parking study is that there were a couple of observation times. So if there's discomfort with that, additional observation times could help clarify some things. Different times of day, different days of the week as well.
Yeah.
Right now, we have some observations on Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, and yes, so that might be an option. That's finding it a little hard to square.
Sure.
Yeah.
I have a question. Regarding the Starbucks, is that in a B4 district or is that a B3?
It is also B4, yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
So let's hear from the proponent, and then we'll open the public hearing.
Good evening. My name is Alan Eisenberg with Noack and Frost Engineers. Thank you guys for being here tonight. See if we can do that a little better. All right. Yeah, thank you for the city staff for putting together a nice presentation, kind of going through the high level of what we're proposing here. The main concern, it sounds like, is the stacking and that traffic and parking study. We looked at several iterations of this building when we went through it to get that stacking mostly to the rear of the site, being the north of the site. We understand that the menu boards and the ordering being up front is a point of contention, but when we went through this, we figured that the waiting, the paying and the waiting for food area being in the rear was going to be a better option than having the drive-through stacking in the back and then having a ton of cars waiting in the front with the screening options. As Joe mentioned, we did propose a 30-inch hedge in the front. We can raise that if it becomes a concern for those menu boards. There are 6 existing trees in the front as well that are proposed to stay. So that sidewalk that he mentioned connecting to the city sidewalk is going to split through those trees. No effect to the existing screening. We've gone through the total parking, as Joe mentioned, 361 required, 362 proposed. So it is tight when you look at the overall development. But what happens with the Culver's restaurant is the 18 spaces that are on site, there are actually 25 spaces in that next row directly west that can help share that parking. Typically, Culver's uses about 35 including employees. So with those 18 and that 25, you're at 43 total. So we're looking at that option for a shared parking agreement. As far as other things here, let's see, there were a couple other things noted. We've provided a cross-access easement per Planning Commission's recommendation, to the Burger King lot. They wanted the option that Culver's did not have its own driveway out to 12 Mile, and that if that Burger King lot next door or the Comerica Bank lot, either way, if those were redeveloped, then we would have cross-access from our site through our driveway to those. So that's something that we've kind of adjusted our plan to make fit and line up with their driveway there. We've provided fire access around. We had originally had a 12-foot wide drive aisle. We've widened that to 14 to get that to work while still maintaining the stacking spaces. And we've provided a maneuvering plan for that for the fire department to review. Let's see here. We've added the pedestrian sidewalk. We also added a crosswalk to the north. So if you look at the northwest side of the building, it came up at Planning Commission of how do you get to the 9 spaces at the north. So there's been a sidewalk added that goes and splits kind of the maneuvering lane and those 9 parking spaces with an ADA compliant ramp. And that sidewalk runs east-west all the way to service all of those spaces. Revised photometrics was one of the things that came up during Planning Commission, so we've revised that plan to lower those light levels to 0 at the property line. I'm not sure that made it into your guys' packet for tonight, but that has been updated. And then, yeah, the biggest thing was the menu boards, and with Culver's operations, most of us know how Culver's works. You kind of order, which we can get into the tandem drive-through, but then pay, there's 2 pay stacking spaces and then 6 after. So with the tandem drive-through, they have found that their time on their drive-through orders has actually been reduced. For the line time, which would be the queuing time before the ordering, has been reduced by 23 seconds on average with that tandem drive-through. And then the total average time from ordering to food delivery has been reduced by 33 seconds. So it gets, that tandem drive-through allows people to get around the building and into those later queuing spots a lot faster and get orders out quicker. So, any questions?
Excuse me, if I may, if I could make a helpful suggestion, could you go to page SP02? It's an overall view of the site. It might be helpful for city council to see where the parking is for the entire site.
Yeah, so you can see where the very southeast portion of that, so that road directly west, kind of where the puzzle piece looking, it'll be an asphalt cut to blend grade. That is where that row of 25 additional spaces is.
May I ask one more question? Thank you. The route, so just describe for me, for someone entering in the parking lot, what is the route to access the stacking? Do they go all the way in and then loop all the way back?
Yeah, so there's 2 options, and this came from not having an additional curb cut on 12 Mile. I think we would have all preferred the additional curb cut, but because of that boulevarded approach, yes, you would come in and you would take a right and go all the way around the building and enter the queuing lane, or you would go straight up and come back around. As part of what we went through with Planning Commission, we actually added kind of a small pork chop island right at the southwest corner. You can kind of see the little white space.
Yeah.
That is to deter people backing up and stacking in front of the driveway. So that way the drive remains clear and you can head directly north if you're servicing or if you're going to somewhere else in that strip mall.
Several questions. I'll tell you one area that does have parking is the bank next door. Maybe there's 1 or 2 spots taken in there. Did you talk to the bank about possibly having an agreement with them for your employees to use some of that parking, to shift some of the parking to the east where there actually is more?
It's a great question. I have the owner here with me as well.
Okay, I have more questions, but we'll take one at a time.
We have not spoken to the bank, but it'd be definitely something that we'd be willing to do to, just from my experience in the 2 restaurants that I currently have, parking from employees is 3 to 4 spaces. Most of the employees are typically teens, young team members. They get rides, ride share. At my 2 restaurants, 5 cars is the most I get out of employees at the restaurant. So they take up very little of the space, but definitely something to consider would be talking to the bank if need so.
Also, next question. I've been to Culver's, so I know you serve lunch and dinner, but what are your exact hours of operation?
We are 10:30 to 11.
So you open 10:30 a.m. and you close at 11 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. And then one of my concerns is the entrance to the strip mall off of 12 Mile. That's over there by, when you pull in, Scramblers is to your left-hand side. And as you know, there's a curve, it's a divided entrance. So there's a large cement block there. And then if you keep going straight, there's a cement block on your right-hand side, which kind of designates the parking to the right. And it's very tight. If you go straight in and then you loop around, you park because you're going to Jet's Pizza or you're going to one of those, and then you back up and you want to go south and then take a right to turn back out onto 12 Mile, the way those concrete, I'll call them barriers, are situated, it's so tight with a large vehicle, it is hard to not drive over them. And I just mean a passenger vehicle. I don't even mean like a box truck. Something has to change in that area. Delivery trucks have a very hard time getting in, and they're going to have a really difficult time getting in and turning right. And you're pushing more cars west of Culver's, or I should say east of Scramblers, so that lot's going to be even fuller, which means those box trucks and large pass vehicles are going to have an even harder time circulating through that parking lot there. So, that's something the owner of that strip mall needs to be involved with, because I think that's a huge, huge issue. You're going to have cars running over that constantly. I've seen it, especially in the winter. When you have snow and the snow gets plowed, you cut down the amount of space you have to circulate in there. So I'd like that to be taken a look at as well. And I realize it maybe only has 4 or 5 employees, but I would like that conversation to happen, because I do think that the lot will be tight at certain hours. You have restaurants right along Scramblers. If you go north there, you've got a few little lunch restaurants. Yeah.
And then literally, before I came to the meeting, I was in the parking lot for 45 minutes from 6 to 6:45. I understood your concern with the satellite overhead. If you go there now, which is peak dinner time for our restaurant, because most of our business is 60-40, 60% dinner time, 40% lunch. I literally sat there, our peak time, 6 to 7. That entire area was empty. I know what you saw.
But it's a Monday, and I think
Yes,
if you
100%.
look at a
Yes, there's gonna
Thursday, and Craft Brew City has happy hour, and people start filing into Craft Brew City at 4 or 5 o'clock, and that whole lot can be packed from Craft Brew City on a Thursday night, Friday
absolutely.
night. So, yeah, I think it does depend when you do the traffic study. And I understand the entire lot has spaces, I get that, but it all comes down to kind of where those spaces are located. So anything you can do to push even a few people east of your building would help.
Totally fair. Yeah, and we did receive an updated traffic review on Friday that we replied to this morning. So our traffic engineer is not able to be here tonight, but that is going through the works as well.
All right, anything else before we open the public hearing? Okay, anyone who wishes to speak at the public hearing, please turn in your card. I would like to call, I've received 2, Randall Karen to be followed by Ellen Remar, opening the public hearing now.
Hi, my name's Randall Karen. We own the Scramblers, along with my daughter. We've been there 15 years. We feel like we're kind of part of the community. We're part of the Chamber of Commerce. We survived COVID with you guys. We like being there. We're not opposed to something going out in front of our store there, but what they're proposing, it's going to put us out of business. A lot of you know, there's a couple issues that I'm struggling with. We found out about this at the last minute. The parking is a huge issue. If you look at the drawing that they showed you, the area that they carved out is where they park every day in front of our restaurant. You come by on our restaurant on Sunday, and we're proud of this for the city, but people are parking on the grass because the parking lot's full. You know, we think we do a pretty good job. We try and do a good job. That's an issue. At the Planning Commission that I went to in December, honestly, I was very disappointed. This is very impressive tonight. You guys challenge each other openly, and that's pretty good to see. The traffic study that they paid for isn't even done. They haven't presented it tonight. All they're asking you guys for is a bunch of variances. Why? The traffic study is not done. You try and get in and out of there off of 12 Mile, and if you come out and try turning left or right on 12 Mile, it's a nightmare now. It makes absolutely no sense. If they had their own entrance for driving in and out, that's one thing. But they don't. They're going to put everybody in. Traffic could be backed up on the 12 Mile. A traffic study would show that. That's not even complete. We're struggling because what's the big push? What's the big rush? All this stuff's going through, and it's not even done. But I honestly believe it's going to put us out of business because we do good right now. We're ready to start a complete remodel over there right now. Like I say, we've been there 15 years. The landlord's actually selling the whole site, so they weren't real communicative to the tenants. So we kind of found out about it last minute. Like I say, we're not opposed to something out there, but that's going to be bad. At the last meeting at the Planning Commission, I asked the owner, or no, I'm sorry, I didn't, a couple of the planning people. I think there was 3 or 4 that voted against this, by the way. But the planning people said, did you look at other sites? And they said, well, when we found this one, we quit looking. And I know right across the street, there's that Crab Shack place. It's kind of a dump, a big open lot. They said there's some potential underground issues there, but there's a lot of places, because we considered when we had to redo our rent, we went around the city and looked around, and, there's some spots that could be, perfect for that kind of restaurant that are drive-in, and it would kind of improve the area. It doesn't really do a lot right there other than jam it in and a bunch of variances. So I just wanted you to know it's going to kill us, but we'll respect your decision. But I appreciate you guys taking the time to hear what we have to say. And
Okay.
if we can ever host a meeting for you guys, we have a conference room you can use. Free coffee.
That's it.
Yes.
I thank you. I love your restaurant. I've been there for breakfast, but what time do you close at?
We close at 3.
3?
So our issue is, it's that, like, say, 11 till 2, or on Saturday and Sunday, it
lunch
goes
hour.
right till 3. But it's that lunchtime, and if you go by there at lunch, that whole strip there is jammed, just from us and Jimmy John's and everybody else. And as far as parking behind the building for employees, there's nothing going on back there. That's all dumpsters, and there's not really a lot of parking behind there. And so, but we close at 3.
Thank
So
you.
our issue is that middle of the day and on the weekends too. But I think it's a danger. I think you could have people backed up on 12 Mile. It's not going to be good. Trying to get in and then turn and then go in and go around and get back out, and I don't know.
Thank you, sir.
Anyway,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Okay, and typically, we have a 3-minute timer for comment, but we missed it this time, and happy to hear from you, sir. Ellen Raymar, to be followed by PG.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Please do let me know when my 3 minutes are. Okay. I'm a resident. I live basically across from this. And as he said, traffic right there at 12 Mile and Orchard Lake is abominable. It's extremely busy. It's constantly busy all throughout the day. So every day, all week, there is no slow time. And so everybody's been looking and worrying about the parking and the traffic inside the lot there. But outside the lot, like you said, is much worse. If you put something here that is an extra draw for traffic and people coming in on top of what's already there, you're gonna have people backed up, trying to get in and out is horrible, trying to turn in the intersection itself while there's this extra congestion will get worse. And it's already quite bad. If you've been there during rush hour when people are trying to turn left or get to the interstate, or not interstate, the highway, you know it's bad. You know that there's a long wait at that light. This will just make it worse. Please don't let this go in. There are definitely other sites where a restaurant could go, and I enjoy a burger, but I don't think we need it here. And just please take into account that sort of thinking outside of this particular lot. Thanks.
Thank you. PG.
Good evening to everyone. We have a lot of fast food restaurants in this city. I have nothing against Culver's. I think their roast beef sandwich is pretty decent, or corned beef sandwich is pretty decent. But my question is, why do we seem to lump all the restaurants together? We got a nice spot at 12 Mile and Middle Belt, the old Giannopolis. We've got the old Bed Bath and Beyond. We've got a couple of other strip malls that could use another restaurant. Why are we pushing them together? And I've looked at a lot of plans over 46 years of coming to various meetings between the city of Southfield, Flint, Michigan, Monroe, and now for the last several years, 2013, since I've had my house in Farmington Hills. And this is the smallest set of plans that I've ever seen. They're so small that you can't even make out what's on the side of it. I know you guys have a great view of it because you probably have a larger version, but the audience, I can't see any of that up there. So to get up and talk about something, I can't even see it to ask a question. I love your comments, Councilwoman Knoll. I think that you hit some great points. I think it's cluttered. I agree with the young lady that just was up here. I think it's cluttered. I would like to see them find a better spot where they could be the Culver's restaurant, like the one on Wixom Road, like the one on Southfield Road in the city of Southfield. I just think it's gonna be too cluttered. It's too many restaurants there. And I would just encourage you to try to find another spot. Don't just clam up. Don't try to get into business and have the Walmart mentality that you open up and put this man out of business, Scramblers, that's been there for a very long time, even though he's only open until 3 o'clock. You just have so many different eateries in there. And then around, you've got Jet's Pizza, or not Jet's Pizza, you got the Happy Pizza. It's just so much going on. Please find another spot. And when you come back, have a bigger drawing. It just looks so tiny and just so almost like just put together at the last minute for this meeting.
Thank you. Ken Snodgrass. And that is the last card we have for this item.
Good evening, Council. My name's Ken Snodgrass, a resident of Farmington Hills. I'd just like to point out to you that before the reconstruction of Orchard Lake and 12 Mile, there were 3 lanes going westbound there, 2 lanes of traffic and the 3rd lane for a turnout. We're now down to 2 lanes of through traffic. And I think that the congestion that's going to occur at the one curb cut there is really going to be significant. We're just going to add to the traffic and the congestion that Councilperson Knoll pointed out. So please take that into consideration. There's less room for traffic going westbound right now in that location, and adding this additional restaurant and the traffic it'll generate will create more congestion in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have no one else who wanted to speak on this item, so we have no further cards, so the public hearing is now closed. Council, questions, comments? Motion?
Motion.
Okay.
Okay. I move that council approve resolve that the application to amend the PUD Plan 12, 2014, including Site Plan 60-7, 2025, dated revised December 10, 2025, submitted by Ronald J. Siza, is approved, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, any condition requirement of the Planning Commission, November 20th, 2025. Motion recommending approval of the amended PUD and Site Plan. 2, Giffords Webster, number 12, November 12, 2025, review shall be compiled with or addressed to the reasonable satisfaction of the Planning and Community Development Department. 3, any conditions and requirements stated in November 6, 2025, reviewed by the city engineer shall be compiled with an address or addressed to the reasonable satisfaction of the city engineer. Number 4, any conditions and requirements stated in October 31st, 2025, reviewed by the fire marshal shall be compiled with or addressed to the reasonable satisfaction of the fire marshal. I would also add that a traffic study to be completed with the satisfactory approval of the city, of the engineering department, be part of this record as well. So I'm adding the fact that I'm requesting that a traffic study to be done, completed, and analyzed, and with the satisfaction approval of the engineering department to be part of this motion as well. That's my motion.
Okay, we have motion. Is there support? We have a motion. Is there, yep.
I'm going to vote against the motion.
But we don't have, we don't have discussion until
sorry.
we have a second. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have motion and support, and now we can have deliberation.
I apologize. The second half of the motion, when you approve the plan, would be to address the agreement. There's a second paragraph, and I think that our attorney was just about to give you a heads up on that in order to instruct the attorney to create that document. So
Didn't he read that?
I'll say, right, exact point.
Thank you.
Let me add to my motion. And further resolve that the city attorney prepare the appropriate PUD agreement stipulating the final PUD approval conditions and authorizing the identified zoning deviation for city council consideration and final approval. That point? Thank you.
There we go.
That's my added to my motion. Thank you.
There we are. All right, motion, support?
Support.
Okay, and now we have deliberation. Okay, Mr. Dwyer.
Mayor, yeah, I'm going to deny the motion, or just based on all of the facts that came out tonight. The parking is a disaster. The traffic is going to be a disaster. It's going to cause a lot of problems, concerned about the safety, well-being of people that are in that area, the pedestrians. The stacking location in front of the building is inadequate. There's concern again about the traffic flow as outlined by Councilperson Knoll as far as within the complex itself. So there's just a number of issues. All the exemptions they've been asking for, I mean, I'm totally against it. Should not go there. They should be in the city. We'd welcome them in the city, but not at that location.
Okay, any other comments? Yes, Ms. Knoll.
Sure. So I would love to have a Culver's. Right now I have to go to Wixom, and I really do like Culver's. Commerce, okay, sorry, but it's not that close. So I would love to have one, but I have concerns with the the traffic circulation and the parking. boy, I wish I would feel differently if you had the bank property. And, because that bank property is pretty unused right now. It has its own curb cut. It would give you more space if you had the bank plus either maybe just a portion of this property. It would give you a lot more space for traffic flow and parking, but I just think I think it's gonna back up traffic. I already see that there's problems in that lot when Craft Brew City has, a lot of people there at certain times of the day, which would be the same time you have your rush, as well as the lunch rush as well. So I just can't support it at this specific location.
Okay, Mr. Aldred?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'm going to keep this simple, and because one of the variances here is to allow a drive-through in this location, and I think just that by itself is a variance is required, and it's just not going to work in that particular spot with this location, with the traffic flow, and so from that reason, I'm going to vote no. But again, I would love to see it in the city.
All right.
Yes, yes. I'm going to have to agree with my fellow council members in that I too love Culver's. And one of the things that we often hear in Farmington Hills is that we don't have enough sit-down restaurants for families. And although there's the option to sit down in Culver's, the way it's presented to this evening or to us, this is a drive-through restaurant in a location in which the traffic is currently problematic. In addition to whenever I go to Scramblers or there is a Jet Pizza there, there's one of my favorite Thai restaurants, there's Craft Brew, even Starbucks, I get mad there often because it's just so crowded and it's really hard to navigate in that development, even if you want to go to Einstein, because traffic is going every way. And then trying, on an average day, without a Culver's, trying to, with the reconstruction of 12 Mile and prior to it, if you're trying to make a left-hand turn going east on 12 Mile out of that curb cut there, it's problematic. It's really difficult to make that turn. And as Councilman Knowles had mentioned, that curb cut has a cement island in the middle of the approach, and it makes, if you have a larger vehicle, just an average size vehicle, it's really, really difficult. And I believe that the number of variances that we're being asked to accept, for me, I don't see the public benefit that would offset the number of variances, the lighting, the setback, the board that's in front of the building, the stacking and how that is going to work. It's too much for me to overcome, and I'm going to have to not vote. I would love to vote for this, but the way it's being presented to us this evening, I cannot accept it, and I will be voting no on it.
Yeah. I have a comment on it too, and then I think council would like to chime in.
Yeah, I'd just like to chime in very, very briefly to remind council that this is a zoning matter, so currently it's a motion to approve. If that motion fails, it would be helpful going forward and for the record to have a subsequent motion that denies this, and in your agenda packet is a beginning of such a motion that would need to have the reasons for the denial filled in. So just kind of a heads up for the future going forward for you. I know there's more comment, but I thought I'd jump in at this point.
Okay, anyone else have comments before I speak? Mr. Starkman, anything? Okay. So I can't tell you how many people have said, we're getting a Culver's, yay! And then when I tell them where, they go, ooh, how's that going to work? I'm really torn on this one because, as was said, we only got the traffic study this morning, was it, just recently? Okay, yeah, please.
So the original traffic study was submitted in October. We
Mhm.
got engineering comments back on it at the beginning of December,
Yep.
which we replied to a week later. And then we got another letter from engineering yesterday,
Okay,
which did not allow time to reply in time for this meeting.
okay, which would suggest then that all of engineering's concerns have not been fully addressed
Totally
to
fair.
their satisfaction.
That's correct.
Hence, Mr. Bridges needed to add in the proviso, which, by the way, if we can't make agreement with engineering, any approval just goes in the tank.
Totally fair. Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
So I personally would have liked to have seen us take a pause and postpone this particular item.
I think that would have been a great idea based on the
Right.
return of the traffic study review.
Yeah, right, and that there needs to be further discussion. Mr. Karen, wherever you went, I too love your restaurant.
Me too.
And I think we all do, and we've all supported you and want to, yeah. Okay, but, yes, you may. Okay, Stephen, I'm sorry, no, thank you. All right, so Mr. Bridges would like to withdraw his motion, it sounds like, where we,
Toward a postponement.
well, we have a motion and support. We have to vote on this, is that not correct?
If the motion is withdrawn
Okay.
and the seconder agrees to the withdrawal, it can be withdrawn unless anybody on council objects to it and requires a more formal process to that.
Okay,
Okay?
all right.
It should be stated, and let me do that. I'd like to withdraw my motion of approval, and then can I also offer a motion for postponement same time? If Councilmember Starkman will agree as the
Do
seconder?
you support? Okay, your second to that, excuse me.
Thank you. You can have a motion. Let me do that. I will withdraw my motion for approval and offer a motion of postponement. And then we have a date certain for postponement. Can you do that? Clerk, can you give us a date for postponement, please?
How much time do we want to offer?
Yeah,
How much time do you need?
if I may ask the Public Services Director if he can speak to how much time is necessary to conduct the remaining portion of the traffic review.
Director, okay.
Thank you. Good evening. Jacob Rushlow, Director of Public Services. Yeah, so we did provide those comments back to the applicant. We have not yet. If it did come in today, I haven't seen it yet. The revised traffic impact study for us to review, minimum of 2 weeks for us to go through that process to look at the revision. Mark, is that fair, 2 weeks?
Fair, yeah.
Mark says he's a city engineer as well. To go through that process to review the revisions, go through that analysis and provide a written response back to the applicant.
Okay, so I hear you on the 2 weeks and appreciate the urgency. But then I think we've also heard council ask the proponent to have conversations with Comerica and some other things, and so that might be a different timeline because we're dealing with corporate folks. And so I'm wondering if we are maybe setting ourselves up for a fail if we don't push it out a little further. Can we talk to the proponent a bit on what they feel might be reasonable?
Yes, a point of clarification on my response is just related to the traffic impact study, which is the
Right.
roadway, so 12 Mile and Orchard Lake, not the parking study. Parking study would be different, reviewed by the planning department, not engineering for parking.
Yeah, and I'm personally not a fan of parking minimums anyway, but that's another conversation for another day. But yeah, so when do we think that date certain makes sense? Are we talking maybe the second meeting in February? I'm just trying to set this up for a solid, robust conversation where we can argue amongst ourselves up here and make a decision.
I guess the question would be, what are the meeting dates for February and March?
So the meeting dates for February and March are both the 9th and the 23rd.
Okay. I would love to say that February 23rd would be where we would shoot for, but I think if we do engage Comerica now that they're going through their transaction with Flagstar, that obviously slows down the process. Or Fifth Third, yes, sorry. That definitely slows down the process. And unless there is a cross connection there, there is a significant grade difference. So taking some of that parking is not really a viable option at this point unless those sites were connected.
Or unless your employees were able to park there, and that opens up 5 spots.
Yes, there would have to be some kind of sidewalk connection or stairs. We can look into it.
Yeah. Please.
The L shape, there's parking in the back. I just know I dealt with big corporate, we could have my attorney send them letters for days to get a response from them is very hard. To have employees park in the back of the L shape, where a lot of it is not being used, is something that I could guarantee we would have. I would not let our employees park in the parking lot. I would have them park behind the L shape. I just want to be reasonable. I don't want to come and say, hey, we'll get parking from Comerica, because I know what that's like. I've sent letters to them, and I could send letters every single day, and I promise you I'm not going to get a response. So I'm going to come back in February, and I'm worried that that's going to happen. But what I can guarantee you is we can have our employees park behind the L shape, where they're not parking right now anyways. It's all, you look, that most of that is abandoned, and nobody's parking there. But I could guarantee you I could have them park there. And Culver's only requires 35 spots. So that includes our employees. So if I have them parked there, that alleviates way more than 5. I'd rather be realistic about it. I don't want to give you guys false, like, yeah, we'll be able to park there. Another thing is, like, if people park at Comerica, they park at Comerica. I hate to say that, whether you have an agreement or not, you know what it's like. They're going to park there. So if it's needed, they will. You know, but for me to say I'm going to have something in place illegal, bind that, I think
I got you. That's fair.
Yeah.
You know, you got a lot of people who've worked with big corporations. Here we get it.
I've done it
Yep.
before.
Yeah, Mayor? Yes.
Understand.
I know we talked about parking, but it's just more than parking for me. Your employees could park wherever they park and leave those spaces. It is still just the stacking, the setback of the building, from 12 Mile Road, the lighting. There were a lot of things you were asking us to approve that particular piece of development is not approved for now. And I think if you're gonna go back and look at some of those things. Is it truly necessary for Culver's to have a drive-through? Can it work without a drive-through?
Can I touch it? The answer is no. It can't work without a drive-through because Culver's won't approve it without a drive-through. But I will let you know this. This is a fact. Culver's is 72% dine-in. We are a dine-in restaurant, and I know a lot of it, you guys have been referring to it as a fast food restaurant. We do not refer to ourselves as a fast food restaurant. We are not a fast food restaurant. We are hospitality. Like I said, the majority of our guests dine in our restaurant. So that's what we hope for. We are, if you have anyone dine in at Culver's, you will be greeted. We will greet you with hospitality. We bring the food to you. This is not something, we are. So if Craig Culver, the founder of Craig Culver's, heard you guys say fast food, he would have lost his mind. We're not fast food. You guys want to maybe say fast casual, but by no means we are fast food. We pride ourselves in not being on that. As a matter of fact, those 5 parking spots that he referred to after you pay is because we cook our food to order. This is not something we serve at the window. We don't pre-cook, and we pride ourselves on hospitality. It's what we do. And I've seen this. I've seen these Culver's done in tighter sites, and with all fairness, we've been working on this site here for over a year and a half, and we've been trying to provide every single thing we want to be part of Farmington Hills. I know a lot of people say just go to another place. It's not that easy, guys. We've been doing this for a year and a half, and I know people don't like to talk about money, but we've invested a lot of money on this project to happen here and doing a lot of things to make it happen. And We would just really, really love to be here. And I understand that you guys gotta look at the traffic study and stuff. I'm okay with getting this tabled, and I understand everyone has their own opinion, but we're not fast food. And we are, like I said, majority dine-in. I want that to be known. You come at any of our dining room, you'll see people sitting in the dining room, and you'll see our team members talking to the guests.
So you use the phrase "to be fair." I might use that phrase as well and suggest that when you come back to us, perhaps a little bit more robustness in terms of things like what you just said, 72% of your business is drive-in, because you see, we would not know that.
Yeah, 72%.
But for you saying this half an hour into the presentation.
Yeah.
So help us.
I got desperate. I didn't know I was gonna have to come up here, guys. I didn't know it was gonna come to that. I thought we were gonna be good.
Well, here you go.
But yes, next time I will be more prepared. I do apologize.
Thank you. So do we have a motion?
The motion on the table is to postpone this to February 23rd.
Okay.
With the review of traffic as well as any parking issues, and also have discussions with Comerica and come back to council.
We kind of scratched the Comerica, but,
But Charlie, you support this motion?
okay. So motion by Mr. Bridges, second by Dr. Starkman. This is a regular vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign?
Opposed?
Okay. Carries. We will see you the 23rd of February.
We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay. Time is it?
You want a water break?
Yeah, why don't we take a quick water break before we come back for this next agenda item? Welcome back. People would please take their seats. We're now going on to item 5, unfinished business, consideration of a request to reconsider City Council's motion to deny Planned Unit Development 2, 2024, including Site Plan 56-8-2024 Mulberry Park and the Tabernacle Multifamily Housing located on 13 Mile Road, west of Middle Belt Road. Good evening again.
Good evening. Just to get my spot here real quick, one moment. Back where we started from. There we go. Thank you for your patience. We have had this item before you as recently as September the 8th of 2025. I am going to allow our consultant from Giffords Webster to give you a little bit more detailed review, but we have before you this evening a reconsideration of the PUD plan and concurrent site plan that was updated and resubmitted September 27th of 2025 for council consideration. Again, Giffords will give you a little bit better background on the details of what was updated in that version. Planning Commission did qualify this property for a PUD in April of 2024. We have seen various iterations of a plan for this property since that time. It has been before Planning Commission for 3 meetings and before City Council. I believe this is our 8th visit before you. So a long and storied past. I have a few slides that indicate what the most current version of the layout is. And once we've gotten past the planning review, the proponent is here to make comments. I'm not clear what the next steps are, so I will refer to guidance that the council has received regarding that reconsideration and any comment from the public. This is a bit of an unusual process, and I'm not aware of all the steps that are necessary. So if there's any guidance on that, we would appreciate it.
Council?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Procedurally, you have held a public hearing in this matter, and you have received comment in the past from the public. However, under the City Council's rules of procedure, blue slips are filled out. Individuals can comment from the public this evening, but there will not be any formal public hearing declared.
Okay.
A question for City Attorney also. Madam Mayor.
Please.
Could you, a motion to reconsider, it means someone who voted in, does anybody get to vote for that particular issue regarding, does a person who voted against the motion get to offer the motion for reconsideration? How does that work?
Yeah, thank you. If I recall correctly, at your last meeting, there was a motion to reconsider made by somebody in the majority of the vote that was in the successful motion that carried the day originally. And at the next subsequent meeting, a motion was made, your last meeting that this item was on, to reconsider this item. That motion passed. So what that does is put this back on the table at the point where you were previously considering the motion to deny this project that passed, but it's as if you never voted on that motion, is where you pick back up at. So either the existing motion to deny that was at that earlier meeting will need to be withdrawn and have it taken off the record, or it will need to be voted on again, or another motion if that motion fails, or if it's not withdrawn, then you would come to a subsequent motion to approve.
Could you do that one more time slowly,
Sure,
please?
I know it's very complicated when we do this process. So you're picking up back in the process where there was a motion to deny. It passed,
Yeah,
right?
right,
And this project was denied.
correct.
There was a request submitted by the property owner asking you, council, if you would be willing to reconsider that prior decision. You did that. You passed a motion saying, yes, we will reconsider that. As a result of that, under your rules of order, which are Robert's rules and your council rules. How that works is you go back in time to when the motion was made to deny. And you were deliberating that. And you continued your deliberations as if you never voted on it. So you will take another vote on that motion to deny. There is the option of the maker of that motion to withdraw that motion, and somebody else to make another motion to approve. You could also amend that motion to deny you, to amend it, and that would take another vote. A lot of options. I went through Robert's rules with you a little bit and tried to go through this. It's very confusing, but you are at the position where you have a motion to deny on the table. What you do with that is up to you.
And who made that motion?
I think it was Mr. Bridges, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
And
And who seconded it, please?
I'll have to look that up
If you would,
unless somebody
please.
has it handy.
Okay, and in the meantime, we have a couple of presentations we're going to receive. And Mr. Bridges, you have a list of everyone who has sent us correspondence on this. So thank you to the members of the public who sent us letters, emails. And so you were going to, yep. Thank you. And so, thank you. And then we also have a stack of blue slips for people to speak, and then we as council will deliberate, just as per normal, but with a motion already on the table. So, hello.
Hello. Unless you have additional questions for me, I am going to turn this over to Giffords Webster. I believe in your minutes, it does have the information that you're seeking regarding the motion maker and second. So you just flip all the way to the back of your packet and it'll be right there for you. So I'm going to let Joe take it over from this point. We do have the proponent in the audience with some information also before we're ready to move on to the next phase. So,
thank you,
Joe.
Good evening again. I'm going to keep my comments very brief and to the point. I'm going to focus on what has changed on the plan since the last time you looked at this. And then, of course, if you have any questions or comments for me, I will address them. So this is still the same 12 acres that we're looking at, spread over 7 parcels, still split into 2 halves, the Tabernacle, which is on 6.06 acres, and Mulberry Park, which is on 5.98 acres. The Tabernacle is intended to be 55-plus age-restricted housing, an annex to Baptist Manor, and the Mulberry Park portion is for-sale townhomes. The changes, which are highlighted in the letter that you received, are as follows. So there were 63 total units the last time you looked at this. That has been reduced to 59. The number of buildings actually went from 16 to 17 because the units have been distributed over smaller buildings. 30 townhomes in the Mulberry Park portion, that was 32 before, and there are 29 ranch units in Tabernacle, that was 31 before. Looking at what that does to the density calculations, which are done by room under our ordinance, the total number of rooms is now 207 versus 221 before. That is below what would be permitted in the RC1 district, which is the district that they are comparing themselves to. And when you separate the Tabernacle and Mulberry portions from each other, you have 87 and 120 rooms respectively. Both of those are under the RC1 standard as well. The other major change here is that there have been some changes to the setbacks. This front setback has gone down a bit from 67 to 62, and the rear setback has been increased to 100 feet, a little, just slightly over 100 feet, whereas before it was about 79. And the 100 feet for that rear setback does come from is a response to the description of density increases in the flex residential from the master plan, which does specify a 100-foot setback to adjacent neighborhoods when that is done to get up to the RC1 density standard. So those are the changes. That's what's different now from the plan you were looking at before. I know we do have one member of council who wasn't looking at that plan before, so obviously if you have anything you'd like me to elaborate on, please let me know. If you have any questions, I'm happy to address them.
Council? Okay, let's hear from the proponent then. Good evening, Mr. Schaefer.
Good evening, everybody. Just bear with me real quick. I apologize in advance if my voice is a little hoarse. I'll do my best to be as clear and succinct as possible.
In brief.
And brief. All right, good evening, members of City Council. It's a pleasure to be in front of you once more this evening. Again, Aaron Schaefer with Schaefer Development. I'm joined alongside my father, Stephen, as well as my twin brother, Spencer. Before I get started, I wanted to congratulate Jerry LaBelle on her retirement. She will be a face that will be gravely missed as we visit the planning desk. Just wanted to air that out. Also wanted to congratulate everybody on their election and re-election efforts to this City Council. Again, the property consists of 7 parcels, 12.04 acres. We are located on the south side of 13 Mile, due west of Middle Belt. The neighbor to the west of us is the existing Baptist Manor facility. To the north, we have the Westgate subdivision. To the south, we have the Holly Hill Farms subdivision. Since we last presented to you, we've had the opportunity to meet with the new Holly Hill Farms board. They have seen this revised 59-unit plan, and they understand the changes that have been implemented. Again, we are seeking final approval for the planned unit development. The revised submittal features the following. First and foremost, reduction in density. Density has been reduced to 59 units. This is a 22.4% reduction in density from the original submittal. Additionally, this revised plan is within full compliance of page 52 of the master plan, which was noted by Councilman Aldred at one of the earlier meetings. Our open space, not including the basin, is 54.82% across the entirety of the development. That is all pervious surface. When you include the basin in that calculation, our open space is 60.73%. Most notably, though, is that 100-foot buffer to the south. As noted by Councilwoman Knoll at one of the earlier hearings and echoed by other council people, all of those units along that southern property line are one-story ranches in character with that 100-foot setback. So again, we meet all of the spirit and intent of the master plan. Finally, multi-generational living, focus on ranch housing for seniors and townhomes for younger buyers. This project will deliver much-needed new and maintenance-free attainable housing to the community, both a rental and for sale housing. So again, I wanted to just provide a quick synopsis of where we were with the original site plan versus where we are now. Again, this was the original plan that was presented to you all the way back in January of 2025. It had a density of 76 units. Move forward to August 2025, we reduced density down to 63 units and had an open space area in the central portion of the development that was roughly 0.48 acres. Moving forward to today with the density of 59 units. On the left side of the screen is the tabernacle that will feature 29 one-story ranches that are age restricted for individuals 55 and better. You can see that our open space has increased as a result of that further density reduction. We now have 0.74 acres of meaningful open space in the middle of the development, a 54.2% increase over what you last saw in August. And finally, on Mulberry Park, it's broken into the following. I want to correct something that was mentioned by Giffords Webster. Although there are 30 units on Mulberry Park, 22 of them are two-story ranches or two-story townhouses, and then those 8 duplexes to the back are all one-story in character. And you can see in that area in green is our preservation area, where we have a 100 to 101 foot buffer from the southerlymost elevation of those units to the southern property line. Again, making us in full spirit and intent of the master plan. Open space at 55%, almost 61 when you include the basin in that calculation. So again, from a density perspective, down 22.4%. We've lost 17 units when you first saw this plan to what you're seeing tonight with the 59-unit plan. Renderings and elevations. Again, this is mainly for Councilman Starkman, since he is the new individual here on the board, but these are the representative renderings for the tabernacle, the left side of the development, those 29 ranch units that are age restricted. These will have a roof height of 16 feet, 7 inches. Moving forward to the 22 townhouses closer to 13 Mile on the right side of the plan, the Mulberry Park side, you have an understanding of what these units look like. They will have a height of 26 feet, 7 inches from the midpoint of the roof. And finally, the 8 ranch duplexes in the southeast corner of the development. Again, to have that continuity of one-story ranches backing up to our southerly 9 neighbors at Holly Hill Farms. This has a height of 18 feet, 10 inches from the midpoint of the roof. Elevation A, elevation B. Should we receive a favorable approval this evening, it would be our intention to work with Pulte Group, who will be building the townhouses and 8 ranch duplexes on Mulberry Park, as well as Baptist Manor for the tabernacle, to create elevations that have a similar design palette, design philosophy, and design continuity so that it looks like one development versus 3 separate products. I know that was very important to certain council members. Request for final approval. So again, I want to step back in time and provide some insight on the definition of flex residential, which was unanimously approved by City Council back in August 12th of 2024. The flex residential category is intended to acknowledge the challenging nature of redevelopment on the designated land and allow for a variety of approaches to future residential projects. Such approaches may include a clustering of detached or attached units, constructing units in a townhome, a row house, cottage court format, and formats consisting of duplexes, triplexes, or quadplexes, neither side-by-side or stacked arrangements, with a height of 1 to 3 stories. In all cases, density beyond that permitted in the current zoning district should be tied to the provision of preserved open space and especially natural buffers to adjacent established neighborhoods. Again, open space. The master plan requires 33.3%. We're proud to announce as a result of this revised site plan, we're 54.82%, excluding the basin, 60.73% including the basin. We are 21.5% to 27.4% over those minimum recommendations in the master plan. Additionally, we're proud to announce that 100 to 101 foot buffer to those 9 Holly Hill Farms neighbors. Permitted density is acknowledged in the Giffords-Webster letter dated December 29th. The proposed density of 59 units is significantly below the permitted density within the RC1 district as contemplated under the master plan. In fact, based on the room permitted calculation in the PUD review, the density is 25% lower than the maximum permitted under RC1. It's imperative to note that the master plan stresses the need for missing middle housing, especially much needed senior housing. Our project aims to meet this critical need through the following: missing middle housing. The PUD delivers much needed diversity and creates opportunities for multiple generations to live and commingle within the same community. The age-restricted apartment homes, again, the left side of the development, the tabernacle, that consists of 29 of the 59 overall units, or 49% of the overall development. This housing option provides a more attainable option for active adults and empty nesters, providing a maintenance-free lifestyle, including access to Baptist Manor services, supporting aging in place. I do want to note that those 29 units are going to be different from Baptist Manor, and that Baptist Manor is traditionally more of a, skilled or dependent. You need some assistance, you need some services, people to come help you, either take you to the doctor, laundry services, cleanup. The 29 units here are going to be fully independent. However, should someone need Baptist Manor services, that is something that can be arranged with Baptist Manor. Again, those ranch duplexes, those 8 units on the southeast corner, those again are targeted toward active adults and empty nesters. However, these are for sale units that feature all primary living and entertainment accommodations on the main floor primary living. Finally, the for sale townhouses, 22 of 59 units, or 37% of the development. This is designed for young professionals, individuals who do not want to deal with single-family home ownership and all of the trials and tribulations that come with it, and simply want a maintenance-free lifestyle, and so that they can increase, to student enrollment in Farmington Hills and have a more simpler lifestyle. At the end of the day, 37 of the 59 units, or 63% of the development as a whole, is designed as age-friendly housing in direct alignment with the master plan goals and objectives titled Age and Community and the campaign priorities of recently elected and re-elected city council members. Public benefit initiatives. I'll breeze through this real quick because most of you are familiar with this. But again, the first benefit, deep buffering. The January submittal features a consistent 100-foot setback to our 9 southerly Holly Hill Farms neighbors, accomplished through revised setbacks. And you can see here in green about 100 to 101-foot setback from the southerly elevations of the buildings to that southern property line. Primary entry, benefit 2, traffic and access enhancements. Again, if you recall, we will be removing that first duplex at Detroit Baptist Drive to facilitate a connection to that signalized intersection. This was requested by engineering in numerous review letters and discussed at length at various in-person meetings. Additionally, those 4 units that back up to 13 Mile are some of the oldest units on the entire Baptist Manor campus. Should a PUD approval occur, it would be Baptist Manor's intention to help beautify the 13 Mile streetscape as well as the new streetscape into our development, and they would commit to tearing those buildings down. Finally, we received PUD qualification back in August of 2025 to create a new 6-plex building on the westernmost side of the Baptist Manor campus. Between those 8 units and these 6 units, that is almost $3 million in reinvestment to the Baptist Manor community to help beautify the 13-mile frontage, as well as create a more modern campus there at the Baptist Manor facility. So again, seeing is believing. Those 4 units, we'd be committed to taking those down to create a more sightly appearance, and we would come in at a later date for those units. But in the meantime, you can see that 6-plex we got approved in August of 2025. And it was an item brought forth by various council members to say, listen, if you do any disturbances to that existing campus, we need to have some type of fallback option where displaced residents can go. If you guys know, Baptist Manor is a wonderful amenity and service in Oakland County and Farmington Hills. They offer some of the most affordable rents in the market, period, but do not be misconstrued with this development being affordable like that. It is attainable market rate. There were certain letters by neighbors that called this, affordable housing, barrack-style housing. That is not the intention. This is all to be market rate, attainable housing. Benefit number 3, walkability, new right-of-way sidewalk. We will be installing a new sidewalk with robust landscaping on both sides, replacing the unsafe walkway that currently exists on 13 Mile Road. Enhanced connectivity. The redesigned sidewalk provides safe, convenient pedestrian access to all of the shopping and dining that's available on Orchard Lake. This improvement aligns with the recommendations done by Community Attributes, a consultant retained by the township who did the Orchard Lake Market Study Visioning session, in which we voluntarily participated at the request of the city manager's office alongside several community stakeholders. Again, seeing is believing. This is the existing sidewalk along 13 Mile in its dangerous state, less than 1 foot from the right-of-way. To the right is the revised sidewalk. We will be pushing that 40 feet southward into our development and have some really beautiful landscaping along both sides of that. Over 1,000 feet of new sidewalk will be installed along the project frontage. Benefit number 4, visual impact. Again, I'm not going to talk about this too much. 100% ranches along the southern property line. We have met the spirit and intent of that request. And we have 25-foot side yard setbacks between each of those building runs along the southerly building or the southerly property line. Again, the revised plan continues to honor that, creating a compatible transition to neighboring homes, complemented again by that 100-foot preservation area. Benefit number 5. You'll see is believing on the next slide, but public art. This is a voluntary installation that we will be placing along the 13-mile road streetscape, a community benefit not required by the ordinance or PUD standards, but a voluntary benefit we are offering as part of this PUD. Parks and trails. We will have one large interior park in the center of the development and a pocket park in the southeast corner overlooking the preservation area. Additionally, we will have a landscaped interior trail connecting the neighborhoods, as well as a direct pedestrian linkage to 13-mile road, public art, and hallmark landscaping. From a screening and beautification standpoint, we will be positioning a 3-foot screen wall with landscaping along 13 Mile to reduce both light and noise pollution. And regarding the tree deficiency calculations, we will either look to plant larger evergreens along the southern property line, in addition to enhancing the existing Baptist Manor frontage, which only has 2 trees along the right-of-way. Again, seeing is believing. In red, you can see where we're putting our curated public art exhibit, as well as native landscape area and nice seating amenity to create an inviting entrance from the 13-mile right-of-way sidewalk to our internal sidewalks. In yellow, you can see the representative illustrations of that 3-foot high knee wall, complemented by landscaping on both sides. Finally, in green, you can see that more meaningful interior pocket park with that meandering pathway and bench amenity, which will have some nice native landscaping to attract pollinators, butterflies, so on and so forth, as represented by that exhibit in green. And finally, in blue is our more smaller pocket park amenity, which has nice views of the existing basin, or the basin to be built, as well as that 100-foot preservation area to the south. Benefit number 7, stormwater management. We will have an on-site basin that is designed to handle 2 consecutive 100-year storm events. We will be capturing nearly all existing runoff, as well as post-development drainage currently affecting Holly Hill Farms. This design is required by the Farmington Hills Engineering Department to meet Oakland County drainage standards. There were some assertions in the neighborhood letters regarding the basin. Again, we must adhere to the city engineering and Oakland County standards before that is constructed. So rest assured, all eyes are watching to make sure that this basin functions adequately as designed. The basin also includes a forebay to remove sediments and improve water quality before it is ultimately discharged into the 13-mile storm system and ultimately makes its way into the Pebble Creek. The PUD allows for a coordinated master stormwater system, something that does not exist today. The basin will again outlet at an agricultural release rate into the city system along 13-mile road, eventually making its way into the Pebble Creek. The system is intended to help reduce flooding concerns for the 9 southerly residents. And most importantly, this basin will control stormwater volumes during both extreme rain events and freeze-thaw cycles. I've shown this in prior exhibits, but this is what the property looks like in its current state. The water wants to make its way from the northwest to the southeast, and it really impacts those neighbors more on the Mulberry Park side because the water wants to make its way southeast, go into their rear yards, and then make its way eastward into the Pebble Creek. This is our revised site drainage post-development. All of the area in red will be captured by either the beehives in the rear yard, the side yard swales, or the stormwater system along the roadways. All of that water will make its way to that stormwater basin to the east. The only area that will drain per existing conditions is that area within that 100-foot buffer. And again, the reason being is we wanted to provide the least amount of disruption to the forested tree area to the south. Additionally, we will be planting numerous trees in areas where it's light there. So if residents have continued questions on that, we're more than happy to do a site walk and address each and every one of their individual comments. But again, everywhere in red will be captured by the basin, everywhere in blue will drain per existing conditions, again, to maintain that character and keep those trees in a good state. Additionally, a landscape arborist did do the landscape plan. All the trees are positioned in a correct way so that they will not overgrow or kill each other. It has all been designed so that within 10 or 20 years, when these grow and reach peak maturity, there is ample room for those trees to grow and those trees to thrive. Closing remarks. Over the past 2 years, we have worked closely with city staff, the Planning Commission, and the community to thoughtfully advance this PUD. Throughout this process, we have carefully considered public input and have revised the plan on numerous occasions to address the issues and priorities raised along the way. Following the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation for approval on November 21st, 2024, we appeared before City Council on February 10th, 2025, and have since continued to refine the proposal in response to Council's guidance. Most recently, the plan was updated to fully comply with the Flex Residential Overlay zoning provisions adopted as part of the 2024 Master Plan, provisions that City Council itself unanimously adopted. We believe the project reflected the intent of those standards, including meaningful setbacks, enhanced buffering, improved stormwater management, and clearly defined public benefits. The master plan and overlay zoning framework were established to provide a thoughtful pathway for investment in the city's remaining developable land while modernizing housing options, strengthening the tax base, and supporting long-term community vitality. This proposal aligns with those objectives and demonstrates how those planning tools can be implemented in a responsible and balanced manner. We recognize that the decisions before council are significant and carry long-term implications for the city's housing mix, the city's school enrollment, and most importantly, the city's fiscal sustainability. We believe this revised plan is responsive, compliant, and consistent with the city's stated vision, and we appreciate the opportunity to continue this dialogue. Accordingly, we respectfully request council's support for the project as presented. We also ask for consideration of limited flexibility in the motion to allow for the side yard setbacks to range from 20 to 25 feet where necessary to preserve one of the large Norway spruce trees behind Building 2 on the Mulberry Park side of the project. This was discussed at length in Ms. Madich's letter. This modest adjustment would enable the preservation of this mature high-value tree while also maintaining the overall intent and integrity of the site design. And what I mean by that is this is Building 2 right here. We have 25-foot setbacks between these buildings. We're asking for discretion where if we could potentially pinch Building 1 and 2, this setback here from 25 to 20, and this setback here from 25 to 20, effectively increasing this setback from 25 to 35 to help preserve that large spruce tree. It's about 22 feet DBH. It's quite a large tree that we'd like to preserve, and we'd be willing to make that concession, and if this moves forward in a positive manner, have that as one of the conditions of approval, so we have flexibility. On the Tabernacle side, we're fine keeping the 25-foot setback between the buildings. We just ask for that discretion to preserve that one large tree. Thank you again for your time, consideration, and continued engagement in this matter. I will open the floor up to any questions or comments you may have. Thank you for the time.
So, Dr. Starkman, and then I was wondering, did we want to hear from public and then do our questions, or if there's something?
Real quick, I'd like to have Baptist Manor just a quick closing remark and then open the floor up to questions.
Sure.
The floor is yours, Ryan.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, members of City Council, for your time tonight. My name is Ryan Gillespie, and I'm the Director of Operations for the Baptist Manor. I know I haven't had the opportunity to speak much, but I wanted to have this opportunity tonight. The Baptist Manor is a faith-based senior living community. Our company has been a part of Farmington Hills for more than 65 years. We house more than 700 senior residents on our 2 campuses, and our main campus is located next door to these 2 proposed development projects on 13 Mile Road. A recent poll in 2025 determined over 11,000 baby boomers are retiring every single day. Many with the thought of downsizing and preparing for a simplified lifestyle. No maintenance, no worries, no more risk of major repair bills, smaller, easier, more manageable floor plans. The current issue right now is the housing in Farmington Hills is at a minimum. Seniors especially are finding it harder to find nice homes at reasonable prices, something our community has been able to provide seniors for more than 65 years. One more point I want to touch on. At this moment, the Baptist Manor has 42 condos in our community. 14 of those condos have attached garages. In my 25 years at the Baptist Manor, we have never had a wait list shorter than 2 years. Currently, we are trending a 3-year wait list on these units. This project is something our community needs, something our data is showing is wanted and will only increase as baby boomers continue to retire. In conclusion, I appreciate the amount of consideration this project has received. I think we all know that this has kind of gone on longer than we hoped it would. I understand the concerns that many of the residents in this community have had. We have addressed these concerns with serious thought and consideration. I know many of the residents have fears of the possible changes, but I'm here to ensure that this community improves the current abandoned homes and blight that we currently look at every single day. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, please.
So I have a handful of questions. So
Absolutely.
mostly along the environmental. Okay, is this better? There we go. So obviously, one of the major concerns that's come up with this for a while, the environmental impact on the neighborhood. So aren't we seeing something along the lines of destruction of like 70 protected landmark trees? So what are you doing to address the fact that that many trees have been?
So any landmark trees that are removed, any trees are removed, there's a replacement factor that we have to meet, and we have addressed all of that in our landscape plans. And we've properly added more trees above and beyond for whatever we've taken out.
How have you remedied the?
Test. Weird. I guess we have a ghost there. Is it the paperclip?
Okay, is this better?
Yep.
Okay, sorry.
We have some evil spirits in here.
There we go. So can you talk about the recent traffic study that was showing development as proposed would result in a failing level of service?
Spencer, do you want to come up and talk about that a little further?
I'd like to understand what specific language you're referring to in the letter, because we've done a traffic study. We've met numerous times with traffic consultant and staff. We had a professional traffic engineer, Fleece and Vandenbrink, who's very reputable in the community based in Farmington Hills. They're actually the traffic consultant for a number of communities within Oakland County. They prepared that traffic, and our understanding is that we've addressed all of outstanding comments from the city's consultant, and there's nothing further that we need to address as part of the development. We are proposing 2 means of ingress and egress, which is required by International Fire Code, and we have proposed alignment of our driveway on 12 Mile Road with Westgate Boulevard at the direction of city staff and consultants. So if there are any further issues, we're not aware of them. They're not present in the most recent review letters that we have received from staff.
What is the starting price of one of these homes?
The starting price for the townhouses will likely be in the low to mid 4s, higher with options. I have to imagine that the 8 duplexes south of the townhouses would be at a slightly higher price point. It's hard to project exactly at this stage. And then in terms of the Baptist Manor ranches, those will be market rate. Obviously, things could change by the time that that would open and say plus or minus 18 months. But at this stage, a number around $2,300 a month appears to be pretty accurate.
Thank you.
All right, so, Mr. Bridges, if you could please read the names of the people who have sent written correspondence that we have all seen and reviewed, and then we'll open to public comment.
Yes, those who have provided public comment are Alice Lasati, Aubrey and Janice Lee, Beverly Mihelko, Bill Leonards, Brian Russell Harris Jr., Charles Spees, Christine Griswold, Courtney Gabera Agrosu, legal representative for Lindsay Maya, Craig Kelman, Craig Lapointe, Eric Smith, John and Michelle Nagato, Joseph Sterbling, Lindsay Matic, Louise Lieberman, Mayaz Moran, Mary Claire Gruzinski, Meto Uruz, I can't say his name, I'm sorry. Usham, Michael Purser, Neil O'Connell, Roger Matus, Roman Goldstein, Ron Brenning, Sharon Havis, Steve Eddy, Wayo Hamon, Wanda Whalen, and Zach Adams. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And we did receive something today at 4:20 from Mr. Goldstein as well, who is already on the list. Okay, so, yes.
If I could, real quick, before you start, I just wanted to let everybody know that I did find the motion in the packet. It's page 418 for everybody on council to see. That's the pending motion. It was made not by Mr. Bridges. He seconded the motion. It was made by Councilmember Bruce. So the option to withdraw that motion is not available. You will need to vote on that motion.
Need to vote on the motion to deny. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. That is clear. Thank you. All right. We have blue cards from Wanda Whalen to be followed by Mary Claire Krasinski. Good evening.
Hello, council members. My name is Wanda Whalen. Approval of a PUD is meant to improve the public health, safety, and welfare in the affected areas. I don't know why the city would approve the landowner of the 13-mile site property to develop anything on that property. The property owners of PUD proposal site have proven for over a decade that they're not willing to maintain the property at all. The property owners of that 13-mile site has caused blight in our neighborhood, and the city doesn't seem to be capable of getting the property owners to comply with the current ordinances. Rezoning shouldn't provide unjustified special treatment that benefits a particular owner while undermining the pre-existing rights and uses of adjacent property owners. The Michigan Zoning Enabling Act states that all such regulations shall be uniform for each class or kind of building throughout each district. The approval of this proposed PUD will only increase the flooding problem for the residents who already are having serious flooding issues. The City Council should consider the bigger picture and long-term effects concerning several surrounding neighborhoods. For the council members who were invited by Woodbrook Street residents of Holly Hill Farms and who did not visit the area of the 13-mile proposed development, I hope your decision will be based on the facts, videos, and pictures that you have received and not what you may assume. The proposed bill will put many people in many small units in a small area, add more traffic to already existing traffic issues in a small area, add more concrete and storm runoff. Large water basins would cause disease-transmitting insects. Large buildings would block air and light from surrounding residents. Removal of hundreds of trees would cause depletion of soil and vital oxygen and more flooding to residents nearby. It takes decades to heal the ecological harm removing trees can cause. Trees are one of the main attractions of the Farmington Hills area. May God have mercy on the people who continue to destroy his handiwork.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Claire Krasinski to be followed by Roger Matus.
Good evening. It's good to speak to you all. I'm Mary Claire Krasinski, and I'm a resident of Farmington Hills. I live in the Holly Hill Farm sub, and I'm a walker. I walk a lot. And so I do have, I think many of my neighbors have already surfaced concerns that I have. But on the subject of just being a pedestrian, and in the Middle Belt 13-mile road area, it is very hard. It is the traffic has increased noticeably, and it's an aggressive kind of traffic. There's been many accidents. The speed rate is very high. There's a lot of just congestion, a lot of backups, especially on 13-mile road. And I think that, there's a limit to what the developer can do to control that. They've obviously put a lot of thought into the plans that are laid out here, but I do think that there's a much bigger strategic need in addressing these traffic and just the quality of life that the residents, not just me, but many of the ones that live along Middle Belt and 13 have experienced. And so I know that there's roundabouts and things that are like that are in play, but, and I'm sure everyone here has experienced it, being that we all live in Farmington Hills and we've taken that drive path sometime. But my concern is that even though senior citizens at the Tabernacle may not have jobs that they leave their homes on a daily basis, there certainly will contribute to more of the congestion and the backups and just the quality of life for people like me that just want to walk around, and it's frankly a little dangerous to even cross the street in certain areas there. So I know that there's a number of factors here in your decision, but I just wanted to provide that perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Roger Matus to be followed by Craig LaPointe.
I'm Roger Matus. I'm a 23-year resident of Holly Hill Farms. I've heard a lot about what's going to happen with this development, but the impact on Holly Hill Farms was not addressed in this. For one thing, the basin that's going to collect all this water, and it's going to be a lot of storm water coming through here and from thaws. It's going to go into this basin. It's a temporary basin, and then it's going to go into into Pebble Creek. Pebble Creek already floods. This is going to send much more stormwater into Pebble Creek, and that backs up to 5 additional Holly Hill Farms homes. So we've got a case of, Peter and Paul here. You're claiming that you're going to ease the flooding on the western side of Holly Hill Farms, but you're going to be adding flooding to the eastern part of Holly Hills Farms. And Pebble Creek, once it gets storm, it really begins to take it becomes a rapid almost, and it goes right to Middle Belt. And it occasionally floods Middle Belt. I don't hear anything about that in this plan. It goes along Middle Belt for a short period. There's cars going 55 miles an hour, there's a sidewalk, there's a guardrail, and then there's a fence. And right by the fence, that's where the water comes. And it goes along there, and then it goes under Middle Belt into Wood Creek. So has Wood Creek been considered for this? Because they have, the creeks in Wood Creek are essential to those homes. There's even a water management system there. So this is kind of typical of what I'm hearing about everything, that, yeah, you've done all you can to maximize whatever you can do here, but you're still not considering the residents that are on the sides of this development. The 100-foot buffer, 20% of the trees are going to be gone. But there's going to be a park built into this development. You're going to hear from other residents here today. We've come to all these meetings. We've explained what we feel we need to have out of this. And I don't hear much about how this is working with Holly Hill Farms. So I would like to just end with that and say, there's not enough consideration here for the existing thriving neighborhoods, both across 13 Mile, Holly Hill Farms, and possibly Wood Creek too. Thank you.
Thank you. Craig LaPointe, to be followed by Michelle Nagoda.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, everybody, for the consideration and the time. Thank you especially to the people that came out and saw our situation over there. I'm one of the 8 people that backs up to this proposal, and I can speak from experience that the flooding thing is my major concern. Water does not run uphill. Either you're going to put a pump in or you're going to find magic water, but you're not going to get the water that goes along the back there to run uphill to that retention pond. I myself have serious flooding in my backyard that happens. That's truly one of my major concerns. My property value, I'm concerned about that, and especially my privacy. I moved in 25 years ago into a single-family residential home which is surrounded by the same type of structures which fit my expectations. If it's zoned residential, then please keep it that way. And last but not least, if this was your own house and you lived where I live, I'm sure none of you would want this going on behind you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Michelle Nagoda, to be followed by Eric Schmidt.
Has to come down a bit. My name is Michelle Nagoda, and I feel like, we've just about beat this thing to death. You've gotten our letters. You've gotten every reason why we don't want this density. And again, it comes to density. I know 59 homes is better than the original 73, but I gotta tell you, when I'm on almost 2 acres, and almost everybody around us is on a half or a whole acre, 59 is still a lot of homes in a small area. I feel like part of my problem is the entrance. I know you have to have 2. The one on 13 Mile, is that going to be gated so that everybody goes down to where the light is? Or are we still going to have to worry about, I live in Westgate, are we still going to have to worry about somebody right across the street from us at rush hour or whatever? And I understand a traffic study was done. I don't know how they did it, but come to my house or any of those houses around 3 or 3:30 or 8:30 in the morning, and you're going to wait more than 7 seconds to get out of your subdivision, and then some, and it's dangerous. When the property was purchased by anybody who bought it, whether it's the Schaefers, the county, whatever, they knew it was RA1. I feel like we're being victims of bait and switch. We've lived there for a long time. It was always RA1. Now it's supposed to be variable, but variable doesn't mean you just keep stuffing homes in. It's almost kind of like the Culver thing. They want to put a big thing in a little itty bitty space. It's the same thing here, only our zoning holds up. We were supposed to be RA1. And now it's been taken away. Okay, but that doesn't mean you have to put homes on every single inch of those 6 or 12 acres. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Schmidt, to be followed by Lindsay Maycheck.
Thank you for taking the time. And again, if you've not signed up on a blue slip, please make sure to do so. Every voice counts, every voice matters. I've seen it firsthand. And that's the first thing I do want to start off with is thanks to the City Council for helping us to become a top-rated city in the United States. Most of you have been on here long enough to have made the decisions that have made us and kept us as a top-rated city. And I've seen those good decisions firsthand. On November 10th, there were 3 really good decisions made. There were 2 projects that passed. They were brownfield projects, taking care of existing properties that desperately needed to be revamped and help out the city where it is most needed, and that is with housing. There were over 76 townhouses approved that day for everybody for sale, and then I believe it was 50 for 55 and better that were approved that day. That plan was 2 phases, and that second phase, they didn't even ask for it because they said that they didn't have the market available to it. Now, Baptist Manor might have some of that market available, but at $2,300, I don't think that that's very affordable for very many people today. The one that was denied that day was a pure greenfield project. We might not be pure greenfield in that we had 6 existing residences on that property, but when nuts comes to bolts, that is essentially a greenfield project. Maintaining that type of stranglehold on those green spaces, I think, is valuable. I moved into this house because we saw that it was going to be RA1 or at least residential, and now it's not. I can tell you firsthand that we would not have moved into that house if it had had 56 condos or 53, thanks again for at least knocking it down, condos that are going to be back there. We would not have moved into that. Just like she said before me, it is a bait and switch type of position, and I implore City Council to please continue to make good decisions in keeping it that way. The reason why that one greenfield project was rejected was because it was determined to be detrimental. And I think that everybody here has said that this project is going to be detrimental to us as well. Flooding issues, those were something that both of those, that the previous greenfield project and us had. Density issues, even though the density has come down, it still doesn't fit into this area, just like it didn't fit into that previous greenfield project. Traffic concerns, just like at that last one, we have our traffic concerns as well. I don't see much of a difference between these 2 projects. The precedent is already there. The precedent has been set that this city council can make really good decisions and has made really good decisions for this city. I hope that you continue to do so by denying this one. Additionally, driving up and down 13 Mile, those sidewalks weren't shoveled. And for folks that want to be stewards of this community and be trusted in the community, for you to not shovel those sidewalks when you're trying to be up here, I think that shows what type of residents you're going to continue to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Lindsay Maycheck, to be followed by Amy Broglin-Peterson.
The most important component of the flex residential concept is preservation. By offering a preserved natural buffer to adjacent single-family neighborhoods, flex residential sites can contemplate single-family or multifamily uses. Without preservation, this flexibility cannot be justified. When the master plan allowed up to RC1 density on flex residential sites, it was only supposed to be used to accommodate the way multifamily projects measure their density. It does not mean that flex residential projects should exercise the full extent of RC1 density. The prerequisite to all RC1 multifamily flex residential proposals is preservation of at least 1/3 of the site adjacent to single-family neighborhoods. In their reconsideration letter, the developer incorrectly assumed total open space is considered preserved open space, but there is a major difference. Preservation means the existing trees cannot be cut down and all natural features must be protected. As a result of this glaring oversight, the crucial 1/3 preservation requirement has still not been met. The total depth of these lots is 515 feet, so the required preservation buffer to Holly Hill Farms would need to be at least 170 feet deep. The setbacks of this proposal are 100 feet to the buildings. Trees are cleared for the patios and rear yards, another 30 feet beyond that. This leaves about 70 feet of preservation out of the 515-foot total depth, resulting in only 14% preservation. This is less than half of the critical 1/3 preservation requirement. The master plan does not aim to dismantle single-family neighborhoods by allowing massive multifamily projects to overcrowd historic homes. In fact, it was written to protect existing neighborhoods and natural features. The PUD laws of the zoning ordinance also ensure a new development is not detrimental to the community. This site has not been rezoned to RC1, and attempting to use a PUD to circumvent the existing zoning in place of a zoning change or solely to increase density is strictly prohibited. Other direct violations of the zoning ordinance include the creation of a dangerous new intersection, decreased marketability and property values resulting from insufficient buffering, disruption of the character of the community due to incompatible development, and the materially adverse impact of unresolved stormwater issues. Flex residential is supposed to complement the existing community and preserve natural features, and a PUD is supposed to benefit the community. This proposal is not flex residential, and it is not an approvable PUD. For almost 2 years, the developers have ignored the requirements of the master plan, the regulations of the zoning ordinance, the feedback of neighbors, and the requests from the city council. This proposal should remain denied. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Amy Broglin-Peterson to be followed by Adele Letterman.
Good evening. Amy Broglin-Peterson, Westgate HOA Board Member. I hold before you Section A of the Detroit Free Press from Saturday's print edition. Two blaring headlines related to our city. Farmington Hills official resigns, residents press city council to explain. 2 cities in Oakland County plan to kill 400 deer soon. Recent controversial actions indicative, unfortunately, of a problem not just here in our city, but across America. And that is of elected officials who are separated from their constituents and the policies that benefit their communities. We are here again to discuss something that's been before us apparently 8 times. Virtually nothing has changed between what was originally presented and what we see tonight. Yes, there's some density reduction in comparison to RC. We are RA1. There is still an issue of deforestation, runoff water management, traffic safety. The traffic report cited a grade of F. What is being done to address that issue with this updated proposal? Virtually nothing. All of you voted no on this in August of 2025. I challenge you tonight to think about your legacy as a council member in 10, 20, 50 years. Why do you serve? What are you here to accomplish? Is it to serve special interests and promote the profitability of corporations? Or is it to serve the people who are sitting here before you yet again asking for your support? Please remember why you voted no last time, and I ask you and beseech you to uphold your decision to refuse this development forward. Further, I will add that the median household price, as published by the own fire safety report reviewed today, is $330,000 in this city. My sister-in-law is a manager at Mercedes-Benz Financial on 12 Mile Road. These units are priced out of her range for new homes, of which she is seeking. So for any argument that these are attainable housing units that are open to people who work and live in this city, it is entirely not true. Thank you.
Thank you. Adele Letterman.
Hello, I'm from Westgate Subdivision. I just have a quick comment. I've been here 8 times for this, and I know we started off at 72 dwellings, and it's dropped to 59. That 72 was outrageous. 59 is outrageous. It's too much density in a small area. I know we have a U.S. housing crisis, and some of the board members, you may be for this, for Farmington Hills. But if it brings all the other neighborhoods, if it's detrimental, is that a good decision? If it brings us down, please think about what you're doing for our city. Thank you.
Okay, council. We have before us a motion to deny. Any further discussion or any additional questions that you want to ask of staff? Mr. Alder.
Thank you. Thank you for all the presentations. I had a question, this might be for engineering. There was something in our council packet which was a letter from Mr. Dawkins, November 5th. And point 5 on that letter was regarding stormwater, and I just wanted to ask a question on the meaning of it. I will read it to you if you don't have it in front of you. Point 5 on that letter says, note that much of the site currently drains south or east. The proponent is proposing a gravity storm system discharging to the 13-mile road storm system. Calculations will be required identifying if the downstream system can accommodate this discharge. Downstream improvements by the developer may be warranted. So one of the things we have heard is concerns about stormwater runoff and how that's managed, what the downstream impact is going to be. Could you give me any insight in terms of what that comment means and what the likely resolution would be?
Yeah, so a couple things with the statement, both from the previous letter that you referenced, item 5 and that November 5th Planning Commission memo from our engineer. So first, just to mention, yeah, it is correct. The way that the site currently drains is from the northwest to the southeast. The proposed development is kind of captured here in the drawing that's up on the screen still in the red. They're capturing all that stormwater into a pond on the east side of the property, which is a detention pond, so it'll temporarily detain water, discharge it out at a slow, what we call an agricultural rate. So similar to if the site was not developed and was just a farm field, it would have a surface runoff rate of a certain amount. That volume of water will be discharged slowly into 13-mile road, which will then go down into the discharge point at the Pebble Creek. The point in the letter was through the detailed design of construction drawings, right, which is the next step in the process. Once we get through a site plan, the concepts are approved and the layout's approved, we still go back through and frequently in your motions to pass a resolution approving something at a site plan level or PUD level, it includes statements like, to the satisfaction of the engineering comments that were provided in a similar letter to this. Same situation here. There's still a lot of detail that needs to be done in the design of that system, of how it will work, how it'll discharge, and the study that would need to be done downstream just to ensure that, in fact, their discharge rate into 13-mile road has enough capacity to take that flow as well as the creek to the south through Pebble Creek. So there are a couple more steps that they need to go through to
So that would be part of, if there was approval, that would be part of the approval, that there would be satisfaction of engineering that the downstream treatment of storm discharge would be the satisfaction of the city.
Yes, I would absolutely recommend that be included in a motion if there is one to approve.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And if I may, one other question for Charmaine. Just there was a discussion here about open space and preservation. Is it your understanding that the sentence in the flex residential definition about preserving of the site is referring to preserving open space? Is that your understanding?
Yes, revisiting the master plan language, that area of the master plan is a guideline at this moment in time. We do not have a draft ordinance that would spell out the details of that new code. So that reference is indeed a guideline to the council in what direction you were looking to go with your overall plans. In the past, open space in residential districts, including open space subdivisions and other types of development, have included all green areas. Any area that has not included a structure was included in the totality of green space, open space, preserved areas. It did not define that as a pristine or untouched area.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, well, let's take, yep.
Just a procedural matter, again, I apologize, but this is a complicated matter. So as I indicated, the motion on the floor is the motion that dates back to the decision on August 11, 2025 to deny. That motion was made by former Councilmember Bruce and supported by Councilmember Bridges, and it refers to a site plan dated August 21st, 2024. So obviously that motion that is procedurally on the table right now does not reflect the current plan that is before City Council. I wanted to bring that to your attention because if you, first of all, you do have that motion on the table. Procedurally, you can amend that motion to update the plan reference. So that would take a separate motion to amend the current motion to reflect the current plan. You also have the option of denying that motion and making a new motion. As you know, there are some sample motions in your packet, both for approval and denial, for you to consider. And I do believe they reference the proper materials or don't reference specifically which site plan. Either way, they are updated and they're different than the motion made by Councilmember Bruce at that time. So those are your options at this point. I just wanted to point out especially that date issue for you.
So, Counselor.
Yes.
Because that August 25th proposal has been superseded, might it make sense for council to vote no on the denial motion so as to do a fresh motion that takes into consideration that which has been brought before us? I'm just really confused right now.
Yes, if you want to get to a fresh motion, you would first need to deny that August motion that is currently on the table procedurally. Then that opens the opportunity for a fresh motion, as you suggest. Okay. Yes.
All right, so we have a motion to deny. In the ordinary course, this would be a regular up-down vote. If a member of council would like us to do it as a roll call vote, I am happy to call it as a roll call. I am not seeing a request for that. So all those in favor of denying, please vote aye. Okay. Any opposed to the motion to deny, same sign? Aye. Aye. Okay. So that motion to deny has failed. We do not presently have a motion on the table. Is there a motion?
I have a motion.
Okay.
All right. This is very complicated, and I appreciate the council, our city attorney, for working us through that motion. But I've heard this presentation on several occasions, and I'm still not convinced that it's a good project for the city, so I'm going to issue a motion to deny this project. Motion is read as follows. Motion to deny the application for PUD to 2424 Site Plan 56-8-2024 based on the findings that the applicant has failed to satisfactorily establish that the proposed PUD would not adversely affect the public health, welfare, and safety has not shown that the proposed development promotes the land use goals and objectives of the city and has failed to satisfy the qualifications of other requirements in section 34-3-20 of the zoning ordinance for the following reasons. Number one, the proposed plan density is too high and exceeds the density allowed within the current zoning district RA1, single-family residential to an extent that causes the proposed use to be out of character and substantially inconsistent with the density in the existing single-family residential neighborhoods to the south and north and the single-family residential property to the east. Number two, the proposed plan and density do not provide an adequate transition or buffer to the adjacent residential homes along the south property line or the single-family properties to the east. Number three, the applicant referenced the flex zoning concept in the master plan for future land use, which was adopted but has not yet been implemented and may never be implemented by the city council. And if it were to be implemented in the future, the manner in which it is implemented relative to this particular property could deviate from the way it is described in the master plan based on many factors and information that should be studied and evaluated at the time of any such implementation. Making reliance on or reference to that flex zoning concept as a basis for a PUD zoning decision today is premature and without adequate study, information, or basis. Number four, as indicated in the traffic study provided by the applicant, vehicle delays are expected to increase on the southbound Westgate Road approach by as much as 7 seconds. Vehicles during the peak traffic hours adding delay where levels of service is currently less than desired by the community. Number five, the extensive requested deviation from the zoning ordinance regulations otherwise applicable to this property are not outweighed by the negative impact this proposed development will have on the character, aesthetics, and values of the adjacent single-family neighborhoods to the south and north, particularly the south, the single-family zone property to the east, as well as the area in general, for all the above reasons. And number six, it has been shown that the property can be developed as a much lower density that would be a better transition, address the other concerns above, and be more in keeping with the zoning ordinance, in other words, with less or lesser deviations. And the applicant has not demonstrated that doing so is not possible or feasible, despite the issues being raised by council members. That's my motion to deny.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion.
Yep. Discussion, please. Anyone? Mr. Eldred?
Yeah, so this has obviously been a very long and drawn-out issue, and it's been a very difficult issue as well. And I'm going to keep my comments brief. But the last time we discussed this, I expressed how I found this to be very much in the balance in terms of which way to go with this development. Very much sympathetic, actually, to the residents to the south in Holly Hills Farms and the impact that that would be. And on balance, I didn't see the benefit, given the density of this development, especially given the lack of the buffer. And I pointed out the fact that a 100-foot buffer was required or recommended, as it were, in the language for the residential, flex residential. Since then, the developers have put in a 100-foot buffer. They've reduced the density down from 63 to 59. They've also increased the pocket park in the middle quite considerably by rearranging the buildings. They have taken into account the fact, of course, that we had wanted to minimize that impact on the residences to the south, hence the single-story ranch homes to the back. So again, this is for me, a very difficult decision and a very closely balanced decision. But I feel like this has gone far enough, and I believe this, if there is sufficient buffering to the south and the developers do what I believe they are saying they will do, and I believe they have good reputation, I believe that they will, if they can make sure that that buffering to the south is sufficiently dense and I appreciate the offer to try and preserve, in particular, the very large conifer evergreen tree, preserving as many of those landmark trees as possible, then I can see how this could be a benefit to the community. So I'm leaning towards supporting this.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Knoll?
I won't take up much time. I do appreciate the changes the developer has made. For me, the issue has always been density. So I'm not going to rehash everything I've said all the other meetings, than to say I just still feel that it wasn't enough reduction in density for me to support it. So I'm still a no.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dwyer?
Yes. Really, I have not wavered on my support for this development. There's been a total of 10 meetings, 7 before the City Council, 3 before the Planning Commission. The proposed PUD promotes the land use goals and objectives of this city. All issues, I believe, and concerns have been addressed by the developers, such as traffic, density, drainage issues, open space, and setback, trees and landscaping. So saying that, I would like to make a motion to approve PUD 2.
Wait, we already have a
Can't do
motion.
that because we have a motion on the
Motion's
table
on the floor.
to deny. But thank you for explaining the rationale for what sounds like your vote will be. Dr. Starkman?
Yeah, so I think pretty much like everyone, I feel more conflicted about this, I think, than maybe I initially did. I believe that the developers have, taken some steps to meet the requests that council has made. I appreciate that the Schaefers want to be able to build in Farmington Hills and to, ensure that community members 55 and up have dedicated housing. I think that that is important. My background and the way that I kind of think about affordable housing, if we're thinking, the NIMBY sort of debate, if I'm standing on more of that YIMBY side, that doesn't mean that we're just supporting building and housing projects that aren't really in a community's best interest. And I've had the pleasure of getting to know a lot of the folks that are here today, being able to walk the property, learn about their connection to their homes and their neighborhoods, and they have legitimate and viable criticisms of this development that makes sense to me. The concerns about the yard and basement flooding remain. Residents, this would cost significant amounts of time and money to mitigate. I think for me, one of the biggest things that is confusing is this use of the term flex residential in the master plan. And I think that this leaves ample opportunity, even if it's not in a developer's intention, to circumvent the zoning ordinance. And I think that I think that we have to be, mindful of how that can, be used. Something else that I noticed is that, I know that the Schaefers had said that people from the Holly Hills board had, were in support of this. I am curious why they're not here. Okay. Sorry, I was just, I was, saying that just in the fact that, so much of the feedback that we are getting are from people who don't want the development built. And one of the constituents that spoke talked about the median household value. I'm in the process of looking to buy a house. I would not be able to afford a house that is at that price. I know you're saying that's not affordable housing, it's attainable housing. But I think that our city really needs to be focused on, as a council, especially, we need to focus our energy on affordable housing and economic development projects in the areas of our city that need it the most. I'm not convinced that this development is that project, and so for these reasons, in the interests of my constituents, I can't vote for this project to go forward.
Thank you. I've been pretty clearly in support of this for many of the iterations. That has not changed. I am not an engineer, so it has taken a number of conversations for me to understand how it is that water will flow into the detention basin as planned. At that same time, our city staff that is saying that this is something that happens. And so with that trust, then I will, consistent with my prior votes, will be voting no on the denial. Okay, so let's call the vote. All those in favor of the denial, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Okay, all those opposed, say nay.
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 Yeah. Roll call?
Okay, roll
I can
call,
ask it,
fine.
roll call, yeah.
Council members Bridges,
No.
Dwyer.
Yes.
Wait,
Wait,
whoa, 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 whoa.
No, you want to be, yes is denial.
I'm yes.
This is
I'm sorry.
denial.
I'm
This
yes.
is on the denial.
All right, let's try this one more time.
Okay.
Council members Bridges.
Yes.
Dwyer.
No.
Knoll.
Yes.
Starkman.
Yes.
Aldred.
No.
Bolaware. And Mayor Rich.
No. Okay, so, Mr. Aldred, do you have a motion?
May I ask that we take a brief recess
Yes,
to
that sounds a great idea.
craft the appropriate language so that we're in complete clarity?
Okay, we are in recess. All right, we are returned. Mr. Aldred, do you have a motion?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I make a motion to approve PUD 2024 Site Plan 56/8/2024, and this is a long motion, so I'll keep going. Based on the findings that the proposed PUD promotes the land use goals and objectives of the city, satisfies the qualification and other requirements in section 34-320 of the zoning ordinance, and will not adversely affect the public health, welfare, safety for the following reasons. Number one, the master plan for future land use 2025 has designated this area for flex residential. A, density. The proposed site plan with 59 units meets the criteria for the density of RC1 multifamily referenced in the multi-plan for future land use. B, open space and setback. The modified site plan meets the criteria of a third or more of the site preserved with open space and setbacks of 100 feet or more are preserved based on the plans preserving 57% of the site in open space and providing a setback of over 100 feet from the southern property line. 2, diverse housing. The master plan for future land use identifies the need for diverse housing. This proposal provides housing diversity and opportunity for multiple generations to live within the same development. 3, traffic access and enhancements will not significantly diminish the traffic level of service in the area, as evidenced by traffic study provided by the applicant. 4, compatibility with adjacent residents. The proposed plan transitions the style of homes with one-story homes proposed adjacent to the south property line near existing homes and provides an appropriate and compatible transition from the existing Metropolitan Detroit Baptist Manor use to the west. 5, bring about redevelopment of sites where orderly transition of use is determined to be desired. Again, referencing the findings in number 1 and number 4, and also noting that the proposed plan proposes an orderly transition of residential uses to a mixed residential development that is desired within the community. Number 6, public benefits provided. Public art installation, pocket parks, preserved green areas, diverse housing, traffic enhancements, and enhanced walkways are provided. 7, the provision of trees and landscaping beyond minimum requirements. The proposal indicates a high standard of landscaping within a proposed 3-foot high screen wall, plantings within the pocket parks, and trees along 13 Mile. And I'm going to add in an additional finding here as offered by the developer that the setback between buildings will be adjusted as necessary to maximize the preservation of trees.
Support.
Oh, no, we need to have further resolve.
Nearly there, excuse me.
That's okay.
Further resolve that the application for PUD 2024, including site plan 56/8/2024, dated received October 27, 2025, submitted by Stephen Schaefer, are approved, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, all outstanding issues identified in Giffords-Webster December 9, 2025 review shall be addressed to the reasonable satisfaction of the city planner. Number 2, all outstanding issues identified in the city engineer's November 5, 2025 inter-office correspondence shall be addressed to the reasonable satisfaction of the city engineer. Number 3, all outstanding issues identified in the Fire Marshal's October 30th, 2025 inter-office correspondence shall be addressed to the reasonable satisfaction of the Fire Marshal. And further resolve that the City Attorney prepare the appropriate PUD agreement stipulating the final PUD approval conditions and authorizing the identified zoning deviations for City Council consideration and final approval.
Okay.
Support.
Okay, we have a motion and we have second. All right. Any further discussion? Okay, I will propose that this is a roll call vote. Please.
Council members Dwyer,
Yes.
Knoll,
No.
Starkman,
No.
Aldred,
Yes.
Bolaware,
Yes.
Bridges,
No.
Mayor Rich.
Yes. Carries. Okay, that then takes us to new business. Item 6, consideration of approval of council liaison appointments to various boards and commissions. And I'd like to make a note, council, that I would like to pull from this the appointment for the SEMCOG delegate and alternate. That's actually not a board or commission, it is a delegate, so that would need to come under a different heading. So in any motion, that would need to please come out. We do have one public comment item from PG.
Well, I just wanted to disclose that the city had called me and asked me if I wanted to continue my appointment that expires February of this year to a committee that doesn't meet, haven't met, and I don't know if this was a symbolic appointment by the previous mayor. But I found it to be quite interesting, Teresa, that you thought you hit me with the ta-da. You called me right before I left to come to this meeting, even after the city called and asked me, did I want to continue on a committee that doesn't meet? And you said to me before I came, I just wanted to let you know that I'm not reappointing you. If what your leadership is like, based on what you did to Gary and how that whole thing was set up, you didn't ta-da me. You did me a favor, because I don't want to be under someone's leadership that can't even respect a person. I feel that you duped and bamboozled the people on your literature when you said that this city is ran right, and you used it as a campaign platform only to discover that you really didn't believe that. You didn't feel that. And you used that to get these people to vote for you, and maybe now people are having second thoughts. Is this the reason why you want to change the tenure for the mayor position? Is this a political staging for Rosemary Bayer's seat, our current state senator? What is it? I don't like it. I don't have a problem with you not reappointing me, because I don't need a position to be viable in any community. And certainly to be on a committee that doesn't meet, that hasn't met, and I've been on it for 3 years, don't even know the members, can't even get paperwork about it, can't even get previous things that they've done. So I'm not bothered by it, but the fact that you felt compelled to wait and call me right before this meeting, did you really think you were going to get my goat? Did you really think you had ta-da'd me? You did not. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item 6, is there a motion, please?
Motion for, what's the next?
Here.
For what?
Oh, you're gonna make it?
Yeah, I make it.
Okay, go ahead.
Motion for the appointments?
Yeah, but it's a long list.
Oh, okay.
No, we're not on that.
We're on
6
liaison.
isn't the long list.
I'm doing the liaison one.
Yeah, okay.
All right, the following
Thank you.
appointments the mayor has made to liaisons to boards and commission. Mayor Tricia Rich will serve on the Board of Review, Economic Development Corporation, Grand River Corridor Authority, SIMCOG, no SIMCOG. Okay, exclude the SIMCOG. Mayor Pro Tem Jackie Bower will serve on the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, Committee to Increase Voter Participation, Farmington Area Arts Commission, and SIMCOG.
No
Oh,
SIMCOG.
no SIMCOG. Okay, no SIMCOG. Okay, good. Valerie Noel will serve on the Beautification Commission, Historical Commission, and Historical District Commission. Michael Bridges will serve on the Economic Development Corporation, as well as the Farmington Area Commission on Aging. Councilmember Dwyer will serve on the Commission on Children, Youth and Family and Retirement Board. Councilmember Allred will serve on the Emergency Preparedness Commission, Innovation, Energy, Environmental Sustainability Commission, and Council Members Charlie Starkman will serve on the Commission on Community Health, Parks and Recreation Commission. Those are the mayor's appointments as council to liaison boards and commissions.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Thank you. Item 7.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll make a motion for the following,
Okay,
I think it did.
it did indeed. We have item 7. Would you like to make comment?
Yeah, but let's slow down. Let's slow down, make sure we get the process. You know, you ask for, what I'm saying, Ms. Boulware, is the blue form. I said 6 and 7. It appeared as if 6 and 7 was being lumped into one thing. So let's slow down, move at a glacial pace, and make sure we got the process right. That's all I'm saying. You know, you ask for people to serve on these boards and commissions, and people sign up for the commissions, and I'm amazed that after 3 or 4 years, some of these people have never been called, never been offered to serve. It seems like members of this council would rather have a board and commission that doesn't have all the members on it than to appoint certain people. When you first got elected, you used that power, that thirst for power, to put the people on there that supported your campaign. What about the residents that don't have an ulterior motive, that didn't work on your campaign, that wants to serve? People are put on these committees when they are members of 20 other committees, and no one person can be a part of that many committees and be committed to all of them because it's not enough hours in the day. And then put your puppy on there, put your family on there, your parents. It is just impossible. So I'm hoping that you not do these political appointments to people that supported your campaign or that support your efforts, and that you appoint some of these residents that want to be a part of it. I don't want to be a part of it because I don't need a position or an appointment, as I said, to be effective, because I'm called all around the state, not just here, not just Southfield. But I hope you do the right thing. Karma has a big K for a reason. And if you have to chase something or thirst for it, it is not intended for you, and it is just a matter of time. So that's all I want to say. But slow down, let's move at a glacial pace, make sure we're looking at the papers right, and make sure the process is correct. Thank you.
Thank you. You wanted to make a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion for number 7 here. Okay, so I'll make a motion to consider the following appointments and reappointments. So for the Farmington Area Beautification Commission, Kathy Brown, term 3 years, ending February 1, 2029. For the Board of Review, Paul Wolfert, 3-year term, ending February 1, 2029. For the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, Tom Wilkinson and George Curran III, both for lengths of terms for 3 years, ending February 1, 2029. For the Building Board, Appeals Board, John Treffelett and John Goshorn, with 3-year terms, ending February 1, 2029. For the Farmington Area Commission on Aging, Dr. Marianne Schutte, Anne Mary Buchan, for a length of term of 3 years, ending February 1, 2029. For the Commission on Children, Youth, and Family, Alyssa Valden and Marie Sarnecki, for length of term 3 years, ending February 1, 2029. For the Committee to Increase Voter Participation, Lauren Thornhill, for a length of term of 3 years, ending February 1, 2029. For the Emergency Preparedness Commission, John Shurtell, Michael Sweeney, Mark Forshey, length of term 3 years, ending February 1, 2029. For the Farmington Area Arts Commission, Lessa Ferenc, Celeste McDermott, and Jeffrey Duca, length of term 3 years, ending February 1, 2029. For the Farmington Community Library Board of Trustees, Ernie McClellan Jr., length of term 4 years, ending February 1, 2030. For the Fire Board of Appeals, John Truffelett and John Goshorn, length of term 3 years, ending February 1, 2029. For the Historic District Commission, Marlene Tulas, length of term 3 years, ending February 1, 2029. For the Housing Rehabilitation Loan Board, John Goshorn, Tracy Clark, Samuel Ramsey III, length of term 2 years, ending February 1, 2028. For the International Property Maintenance Board, John Truffelett and John Goshorn, length of term 3 years, ending February 1, 2029. For the Innovation, Energy, and Environmental Sustainability Commission, Bernard Hooper, length of term 3 years, ending February 1, 2029. For Parks and Recreation Committee, Steve Stimson and Larry Winkleman, length of term 3 years, ending February 1, 2029. For the Planning Commission, Dale Cowdigan, length of term 3 years, ending February 1, 2029. For the Water Advisory Council, Catherine DeCia, length of term 3 years, ending February 1, 2029. And for the Zoning Board of Appeals, Brian Rich, length of term 3 years, term ending February 1, 2029. For the Farmington Area Commission on Aging, LaShawn Clark, length of term 3 years, ending February 1, 2029. For the Economic Development Corporation, David Japaya, length of term 6 years, ending February 1, 2032. For the Emergency Preparedness Commission, Brian Tyler, length of term 3 years, ending February 1, 2029. And also Kyla Dixon, length of term 3 years, ending February 1, 2029.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Support.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Counselor, my husband is one of the proposed appointees. We do have precedent that prior mayors have brought their spouses forward. Brian has been serving for 17 years. Should I abstain?
Yes, I would advise abstaining from that, so if that could be separated off by an amendment to the motion to remove that appointment and vote it on separately.
Okay.
Need a motion for that?
Is that okay to?
Yeah, yes, definitely. Yes,
All right.
I will change my amendment to leave off from Brian Rich from the zoning, right?
Zoning.
Yeah,
All right.
Zoning Board of Appeals, correct.
Okay, we have motion and support. This is a regular vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign? Okay, and then,
I'll make a motion.
thank you.
I'll make a motion to appoint Brian Rich to the Zoning Board of Appeals for 3 years, term ending February 2029.
Okay, there's a motion and support. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign, and I abstain. Okay, that then leads us to public comment. And we have a stack of blue cards. Eric Schmidt, to be followed by PG.
Thanks, good evening again. I still really do think everybody's done a great job. And I have been proud to be a part of this city. The last few weeks have been very interesting, though. And Ms. Knowles and Mr. Aldridge's statements earlier today seem to reflect what a lot of folks feel here. And now, with some of those statements that were made and some of the feelings that are here in the community, hearing that there's more nepotism going on, great that he's been serving for 17 years, but maybe take a little break. Maybe take a little break while some of that stuff is going on, because it is starting to become a little embarrassing. I'm going to be honest with you. Having to talk to some people that are like, hey, I saw what was going on in Farmington Hills. My brother-in-law grew up here, came over to the house the other day and was like, "Whoa, what's going on?" And I had some comments with Mr. Carr while he was here. And Farmington Hills is a great place, and we are a nice-sized city. But for controversy like this and for power plays seemingly taking place, it seems like what's going on. I do really want to especially thank Ms. Knoll, Mr. Bridges, Mr. Starkman for their votes today. Mr. Aldridge, I understand. You were very thoughtful and thorough, and I appreciate that you made sure to add in those additional amendments to help protect us. Still disappointed that you didn't vote our way, but you know, those things happen. Overall, just again, please continue to think of what these actions mean to all of us. This is a place that we chose to live, and now as we continue to live here, I don't know if we are going to stay with these homes being built behind us. People have asked me if I was going to run for city council because of the speaking abilities, I guess I have, or some of the passion that I'm showing. And, you know, I think that is reflective upon some of the frustrations that others are having. So as you're continuing to think about some of these votes, you know, try to think about why would somebody be asking me where it seems like I'm treating you folks as adversaries, and I don't view you as adversaries. I want to make that clear too. I do view you as very valuable members to who we are and as my neighbors. Thank you for the time. Thank you for the votes. I will probably still be around just because this particular aspect is over. I think now with some of the highlights and spotlights that's put on our city, I think it's really important that everybody does stay informed. I sent out over 135 text messages this weekend to my neighbors to get people to come and speak and to write in emails, and I think that it was reflective upon the number of emails that came in and the number of speakers have gone up. So obviously some of these issues are really important to people. Sometimes they just need to know about them, and I'm going to continue to make sure that I'm communicating with my neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. PG.
Thank you again. You know, on Wednesday, and I'm speaking to Teresa Rich, on Wednesday, because I was going, and making sighs, you called me out at a televised meeting. And just with my experience, when a person calls you out, it's almost like they're creating a narrative of saying that you're a disruption. I thought it was catty, and I was appalled that you called me out for, yeah, I'd like to say I agree. But when people were here, because you promised them a ceasefire resolution, and they were bamming on the glass, moving the couches around, almost tinkering with the artwork, running up and down the stairs, you were mute. You said nothing. That was the time to say something, because I've never came here and been disruptive. Now, maybe you may not like what I say, but I'm always respectful. The only time I bammed on the glass is at that meeting. 2 times I got locked out. Now, why would the door be locked when there's a meeting going on here? I parked at the front. I went outside. The door was locked. I drove around to where the fire department is. The door was locked. There was a young lady here that said Gary should have been fired because he ordered for the deer to be killed because he's a hunter. Now, I'm sure you guys have heard that. Other than Mr. Allred and Valerie Knoll, who disputed that statement? Why don't you tell that person the truth, that this was a study done for Farmington, Southfield, Novi, West Bloomfield, and another city, and you've been doing this study for a while to talk about how to relieve the deer issue, okay? It wasn't Gary. From what I've seen, since you said on your literature, the city is ran very well, and he never had a problem. What I saw was a man that tried to do everything that this council asked of him. Now, if it was something really, really bad, why did it have to be a closed session? We should be entitled to know about it. Remember, the citizens are at the top of the organizational chart. So did you prevaricate on your literature? I don't know. It was catty, I didn't like it, and shame on you.
Thank you. Is Pat Hansen still here? Okay, Pat Hansen? No.
No, she.
Okay. Penny Luker to be followed by Eileen Rummeler. Are you still here?
Hello, I'm Eileen Ray Miller.
Okay.
Obviously, I'm a pet lover. And I've been following what was going on with the Beagles. And I hear that East Point has a great ordinance for their pets. And I don't think the issue should have ever come to you guys. I think there should be an ordinance to take care of, I'm a pet sitter, I'm a pet owner. I've been taking care of pets since 2011 for other people. And I take it very seriously. I take care of them like they're my own. And to hear about dogs that are left out and everyone's all worried about them really upset me. But I just feel like if you guys could, I think we need an ordinance because we're leaving it to common sense, which isn't really extremely common anymore for what to do for pets. And leaving them outside in a shelter, this is Michigan, we get sub-zero weather. We have dogs that are small and that are old. They would die in them. I know one of my neighbor's dogs, probably 15 years ago, died because they neglected the dog and left it outside. And I think they should be accountable for it, but nothing was there to do anything about it. And I really think you should do something, similar about timing. They can't be out from a certain, like 11, or they have 11 at night to 7 a.m., and they shouldn't be just thrown out there and not watched. They can't just leave them out there all day. Some people do that, and they bark and just, they don't want to be out there. So I just wish you guys would maybe think about something like that to help the pets, because they mean a lot to me, and they mean a lot to a lot of people. They're their family members. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I think Roxanne Fitzpatrick left. Mary Lou Kruger. Okay. Ryan Fluch. Okay, thank you. To be followed by Adam Chazek. Good evening.
Hi, Mayor and Council and staff. My name is Ryan Fluch. I live and work in Farmington Hills. And I don't know how often you hear it, probably not enough, but thank you for everything that you're doing. With the unusual and abrupt resignation of City Manager Gary Metchin last Wednesday, there has understandably been confusion among the residents. The long meeting, the late hour, the visible presence of concerned city staff, the split vote could all raise questions. However, what troubles me more deeply tonight is actually the absence of a public acknowledgement or a proclamation of honor from this council for Gary's 16 years of service. In a council manager form of government, the city manager holds the central leadership role, like a CEO, as was said tonight. And because of that, I assume there would be, consistent with previous precedent, some formal acknowledgement of Gary's service from our mayor or council, and not unimportant, this actually gives us, the residents, a voice to express honor and gratitude for us, the residents that he has served. Such an acknowledgement would be good and right and potentially healing for our city. The last time a city manager concluded service in Farmington Hills was, as you might recall, Dave Boyer in October of 2020. After 22 years of service, including also 5 years as a city manager, He was honored at the next city council meeting with a proclamation read by then Mayor Vicky Barnett, honoring him and reviewing his accomplishments. Gary's service is similar and deserves the same expression of honor. He served 16 years in Farmington Hills, including 5 years as city manager, with distinction and integrity. He began in 2010 as Director of Public Relations Services, was promoted to Assistant City Manager in 2016, and became city manager in 2021, providing steady leadership during the uncertainty and requirements of COVID, following Dave Boyer's retirement and overseeing the completion of the Hawk and many other things. The financial reports presented tonight speak again of his leadership, as does the fact that, and I was here at 11 o'clock on Wednesday, the 20 city employees that were here, standing with him late into the night to see if he would resign or not. In a city manager system, his departure represents a significant change for our city, and precedent calls for a public acknowledgement of his service, whether it is felt he deserves it or not. I urge the council to formally acknowledge and honor Gary's service. It is the right thing to do. And in doing so, would uphold an important tradition of honoring those that love and serve in Farmington Hills. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam Chazak, to be followed by Christina Graff.
All right. Thank you, and I hope I don't fall asleep. My name is Adam Hotchick, and I'm the brother of Edward Hotchick, a longtime Farmington Hills resident. I came here before this audience to voice my advice to all and anyone who may now have or in the future have a loved one that will enter or is in hospice. Government is very important to society and to people in general. But government is often reactionary, ready to serve, to the extent that government's actions, the actions of each and every one of us, at the time, may not always take into consideration the impact that it has on family or even for the government itself. Such was a response by the city authorities to an abandoned person in hoarding conditions call that occurred on January 4th. My dying brother Edward, a one-legged man with cancer and multiple malignancies, who had a do not resuscitate order in place. His wishes were to die peacefully with some amount of dignity in his own home. That day I cleaned him, prayed over him, put him on oxygen, cleaned his cat's litter box and fed it before going home for supper. At home, a neighbor of his texted me saying that his body was removed from the home by an ambulance. 2 days later, I found where that body went. Certainly, city authorities, if I can get your indulgence for a few more sentences here. 2 days later, I found that body by calling the Oakland County coroner. To get that information from the city here, I was required to put in a FOIA. That came to me 2 days ago, redacted, without a whole lot of information. But the city of Farmington Hills is doing so much with elder care commissions and putting together things that are going to take care of older people. But I, for one, made a mistake. And my mistake was not taking a legal drafted document of his and putting it somewhere with the city so that the police and the EMS would be able to review or go in and somehow understand that he was in his dying days, that he was in hospice. We didn't need to take him to a hospital where within an hour he was declared dead. I didn't know this could happen. I didn't think it could happen. But the unimaginable did happen. So I'm just here saying that anybody that has a loved one needs to make sure that they inform the people, the authorities, in the event that something like this is ever to happen again. And I think the city, for their part, I mean, there should be somewhere. And the coroner kind of agreed with me that hospice does not operate with techniques that are the same. So the coroner's trying to get things worked out, but I think that we in this city also need to look at things and at least have a discussion, because without having a discussion, nothing ever happens. But I commend you for the kind of discourse that I did see so far. So I'm sure that somebody is going to take it to heart and bring it up. And hopefully, you know, this will help other people in the future. And by the way, the city, the police actually did say, oh yeah, okay, we didn't find any abandonment or hoarding as the call was made. So, but that, again, everything already happened, and so, you know, there's nothing you can do about it. But I just thought I'd come before the council just to let people know. And I think are you affiliated with the medical profession? No?
Am I allowed to respond directly?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't
Yes,
have
I'm
to.
a clinical psychologist.
That's all right, you know. I didn't mean to bore you.
Condolences, Mr. Hatchek, and we send wishes that your brother's memory will be a blessing.
Thank you.
Christina Graff, to be followed by Jennifer Potts. Is Christina Graff still here? Jennifer Potts, to be followed by Christine Wolf, and then Glenn Whitelaw.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Potts, and I live in Southgate. Thanks for allowing me to speak today. In Farmington Hills, the average temperature in January ranges between 19 and 31 degrees Fahrenheit. These are not temperatures, these are temperatures that are ambient. They don't factor in wind chill and precipitation. Under these temperatures, drinking water can turn to blocks of ice, blankets or straw inside dog houses can get wet, and dogs often suffer frostbite, hypothermia, and sometimes even freeze to death. In a February 2021 WXYZ Detroit news story, Dr. Lucretia Greer of Woodhaven Animal Hospital said that they can die in 2 hours. They can die in an hour and a half if it's cold enough. If their fur is wet and they freeze and they end up to a point where they can't physically move because their muscles are frozen, they can't contract anymore and they're stuck. According to PetMD, coat type is one factor that determines how well dogs can tolerate the cold. Some have thick, double-layered coats. These include Siberian Huskies, Newfoundlands, and Samoyeds. Very few other dogs are able to tolerate extreme cold. Wind chill and dampness can cut through a dog's coat and decrease its ability to insulate and stay warm. When temperatures drop below 32 degrees Fahrenheit, small breed dogs, dogs with thin coats, or very young, old, or sick dogs can be in danger if they spend too much time outdoors. Once temperatures drop below 20 degrees Fahrenheit, dogs can develop cold-associated health problems like hypothermia, frostbite, and death when outside for extended periods of time. If you've ever felt the pain of cold in your fingers or toes, imagine that pain moving slowly throughout your body until you can no longer move and eventually die. While the state of Michigan has very weak laws protecting pets from being outdoors in extreme weather, certain cities in Michigan have ordinances that protect tethering or prohibit tethering or other confinement of dogs outside for 24 hours per day, 7 days per week. In some cities, it's enforced, like East Point, and others it's not, like Detroit. Michiganders are fed up with the neglect and cruelty associated with dogs being left outdoors in the freezing cold, often without food and fresh water. So I'm asking you today to consider the ordinance that the city of East Point has adopted and enforces, and for the city of Farmington Hills to do the same. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Christine Wolf, to be followed by Mr. Whitelaw.
Christine Wolf, I am your neighbor in Livonia. This story of the Beagles has hit my heart. I wondered why I've stayed until 11:30 at night, and you have dealt with some very difficult issues tonight, so I thank you for considering this. I also support that you do an ordinance similar to East Point. And I appreciated the update on the Beagles from the letter that the mayor read. However, that's very reactive and not proactive. The ordinance would be proactive. I read your city website, and some of your values listed under your mission statement are a caring environment and an intergenerational role model. And I can think of no issue, well, there are many, but I think this is one issue that could prove those values for your citizens. I will leave you with this thought. In Hawaiian culture, they do not consider pet ownership. It's called kahu, and they are a steward and a guardian of man's best friend. You, as city council members, are stewards and guardians for your citizens, but dogs are sentient beings, so I ask you to consider that. And if any of you have a dog at home, give them a hug tonight when you go home, or your grandchildren, or your children, or your neighbors, and imagine what they feel when they're outside 24/7. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Whitelaw.
Hello, my name is Glenn Whitelaw, and I've been a resident of Farmington Hills for over 55 years. And I've been very grateful for living here and raising my family. I've also, being here that long, I'm a senior, as you can tell. Also, I'm a senior myself. I'm here to speak about the Costic Center Senior building and the potential replacement for it. Over the years, I've done some volunteer work with the Meals on Wheels there, and my wife has attended many activities at the center. So we're both very aware of the bad shape that it's in and the need for a replacement. And I appreciate that when this process began, that was acknowledged, and then to have it open for public discussion as to what would be the best way to proceed. Oh, shoot, sorry about that. To proceed. and there's like public meetings and hearings and all sorts of excellent ways in which for the community to communicate with you about the needs of our seniors, myself and other seniors in this community, and in terms of planning ahead. It seemed like just because of the situation, there were two potential locations for it, the current Caustic Center land and the Hawk, which is owned by the city, and those were just two like potential ones to be looked at. Now, in the process of discussing which should be made, I attended many. My wife attended even more than I did. Give her credit for that. That almost unanimously, the seniors that have been at those hearing and speaking listens have expressed a desire to replace the Caustic Center at the Caustic Center. I have not heard anybody at any of these hearing meetings, whatnot, express a desire to go to the Hawk location. I've not heard any justification of that. I must say, yes, the last meeting of the November 24th, in which you guys discussed it, is very confusing, and there's sort of a proposal to only look at the Hawk as a potential and not to consider the Caustic Center, which makes absolutely no sense to myself as a senior. The idea of both, the idea of going to, to the Hawk Center is completely unfavorable in my position, and everybody that I've heard as senior people have expressed a similar one. So I have no idea. My time's up. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Whitelaw. Attorney report?
I have provided my report. I have nothing to add or change to it. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Good night, Farmington Hills. We will see you on the 26th.